Chapter 765. The spiritual state was in chaos, and the smell of blood filled the sky. Such a large-scale war had only happened in the ancient times. The scope of the war was unprecedented. From battle emperors to earth realm cultivators, everyone was involved in this meat grinder. The battle between the dragon tribes was especially fierce, and the two sides were about to activate the sacred dragon pond array. In terms of the resources of the sacred dragon pond, the 7 tribes were superior to the other 3 tribes. However, the 7 tribes had to guard against the fake gods, and at least 2 of the sacred dragon ponds couldn't be used on the battlefield. Lin Chen had drained the energy from 2 of the sacred dragon ponds, so the 7 tribes also had 3 sacred dragon pond arrays. The war spread to the heavenly state, and the main battlefield was between the 2 states. The battle was fierce, and the mountains and rivers within hundreds of millions of kilometers were covered in blood and bones. The overall combat strength difference between the Spiritual State Alliance and the Fake God Alliance was more than double, and the Spiritual State Alliance was at an overwhelming disadvantage. If the alliance wasn't united and the alchemists of the Danju state didn't plan and make potions day and night before the war, the Fake God Alliance wouldn't have the time to adjust to the situation and would be in a state of disunity. Even so, the absolute difference in strength was still overwhelming the Spiritual State Alliance. Lin Chen's clones witnessed the fierce battle. Each of Lin Chen's clones tried their best to stall more than 50 top battle emperors, and all of them were at least 8th level battle emperors. The battle was fierce, and it was hard to tell who would win. 1 against 50, the cooperation of masters was much more than 1 plus 1. If Lin Chen didn't have more than 6 million points of intermediate metal elemental energy, his clones would have died several times. His gold calamity battle body's hardness was infinitely close to the peak of the 7th stage, and his silent step was extremely fast when he was in the ultimate moment. Only when Lin Chen's 4 clones acted did they barely manage to stabilize the situation. He was waiting for an opportunity. It wasn't the best time yet. He still had 5 uses of his 5-blow thunderstruck shorekill skill. Either he didn't use it, or he had to use it to affect the overall situation. The overall situation included the battle between Lin Chen and the fake gods. The 2 fake gods of the Mo family and the Lei family tore apart Lin Chen's 9-level heavenly tribulations, but before they arrived at the spiritual state, they encountered an unexpected counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Clang tilde. The dark mist condensed like clouds and rain. It was mixed with the movement of thousands of lightning bolts and turned into tidal draconic chi. As it shot out wave after wave, it swallowed the stars and absorbed the moon. There were also giant trees swaying with golden flames that poured out golden flames, condensing into endless flames that shot into the sky. The profound light and sword chi were like a waterfall of swords that filled the sky. They hung upside down in the void and condensed into numerous sword waves that shattered the sky. At the same time, Ling Tian's giant energy sword slashed horizontally at the false god's holy light fists, blocking the false god's attacks again and again. Damn it! I didn't expect the spiritual state to have so many trump cards aside from the world-suppressing Saint Steely. The false god of the Mo family said calmly, "Don't worry, these things are limited. As long as we exhaust their energy, we can push them to the world-suppressing sacred Steely. TSK. Suddenly, the boundless blue-gold luminous sacred hammer came crashing down. This was an attack from the world-suppressing sacred Steely. Be careful. Just as the Lei family's pseudo-mythical being's voice faded, another energy finger jumped like a shooting star, tearing through the universe and decorating the space between the 2 of them. Bam! The horrifying attacks set off waves of energy, which were blocked by the Saint Aura barrier of the world-suppressing sacred Steely and the branches and leaves of the red flame tree, protecting the spiritual state from harm. Buzz! 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 With sparkling waves and Saint Aura, the only 3 remaining world-suppressing sacred Steelies of the spiritual state unleashed their Saint Aura and attacked at the same time from tens of thousands of kilometers away. The golden fist mark suppressed the world, and the dark green scythe divided the heaven and earth. The sharp scythe cut through the sky and slashed down. The 2 false gods' expressions changed slightly since they had to take this attack seriously even though they were powerful. The last world-suppressing sacred Steely, however, faintly glowed with a rainbow-colored, holy, and pharaoh-like figure. The Saint Realm cultivators had unparalleled fortune and could leave the continent to explore the vast starry sky. They were also able to resist the many dangers and energy turbulences in the starry sky. They were no longer limited to some dimensions and could even go to the legendary sacred boundary. Bright attack. The bright blue saber energy shot out dazzling saber energy that looked like two bright mirrors, swiftly slashing at the false god of the Gen family. Clang. When the saber and the sword collided, tens of thousands of shards of light exploded in the starry sky. The bright blue moon lost its spiritual essence, but the false god of the Gen family's saint sword was also damaged. The longer the battle went on, the more Lin Chen realized why Bright Moon Mirror had become Li Changsheng's ultimate technique. Although this saber technique was only a high-grade purple-tier saber technique, it had extremely comprehensive abilities. It could attack and defend as one, and it was flawless. After forcing the Gen family's faux deity back with a single slash, Lin Chen's psyche was like a tsunami as it slammed into the massive Kuan Peng's true body. At the moment it was pushed back, Lin Chen's body was bathed in blood. His silent step increased his speed as he punched the Han family's faux deity across space. 7 Ultimate Explosive Force. Billions of dragon-shaped energies pierced through the void and created a true dragon shadow that struck the Star River. With a grim expression, the false god of the Han family activated his Saint Aura heavenly shield. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Activated Charge and Penetration Rune, consuming 8 million rune energy points. Boom. Bam. Bam. Lin Chen's 7 Ultimate Explosive Force was suddenly unleashed. Its power was increased by 5 times, and it also had a 25% penetrative power. It directly broke through the defense of the Han family false god and caused hundreds and thousands of dragon force explosions on his sacred body. Swoosh. 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 4 attribute light balls rolled out from the false god of the Han family. Lin Chen took the opportunity to grab them. They were all non-growth attribute light balls, but they were of extremely high quality. Obtained 46 million rune energy points, 3 million cultivation technique essence points, 38 million talent points, 50,000 blank attribute points. The attribute light balls dropped by the false god were of extremely high quality. Even he sucked in a breath of cold air. Blue light surged, and Lin Chen's injuries were partially healed. Consumed 20,000 talent points. Fatal Bloodlust has been successfully activated. Gain 30% healing effect from actual damage. Successfully triggered innate skill combination. Host can now use innate skill combination. Seeing this, he was wild with joy. It's finally here. Innate skill combination. His sovereign's descent was in cooldown. Lin Chen had been waiting for a long time for the activation of the innate skill combination. Blood trickled down the corner of the false god of the Han family's mouth, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How come this kid's attack suddenly increased by 2 levels? Universe 1000 Sword. Rip tilde. The sword energy that was as thin as gossamer shot up into the sky like a silkworm spitting out silk or a poisonous spider weaving a web. It instantly spread out and enveloped the space within tens of thousands of kilometers with Lin Chen as the center. Lin Chen's heart pounded. If this sword technique was used on the spiritual state, it would be enough to cut the Heavenly Song Academy into countless pieces. Swoosh tilde. Lin Chen's figure flashed and disappeared like a flash of light. The gossamer sword energy that blotted out the sky missed him? He dodged my universe sword technique? Impossible. His movement technique hasn't reached this level yet. What kind of trick is this? The false god of the Han family was stunned. His universe sword technique could seal the void. If he used his movement technique without permission, he would be cut into pieces of tofu by the sword energy. Host has activated innate skill combination, super-dimensional teleportation and teleported to the designated target. 5 forces in 1. The leg shadow slashed horizontally like a guillotine. The false god of the Han family's pupils trembled in fear. This kid not only dodged the universe sword technique but also approached him silently. Chapter 766. Kuan Peng accommodates the moon. At the critical moment, a beam of yellow sacred light shot out and tore apart the space around Lin Chen, causing his body to come to a halt. The Han family's false god instantly retreated, dodging Lin Chen's ultimate attack that was a combination of 5 forces. Damn it, these old foxes are really hard to deal with. Lin Chen's heart sank. It was his first time encountering such an opponent who could even avoid the sneak attack of super-dimensional teleportation. However, from now on, it's time to decide the winner. Activating talent combination, Sovereign's Descent. Accumulating energy, 0, Lin Chen's eyes were sharp. This time, he wanted to surpass his previous stacking of the 4 talents and use an unprecedented attack to decide the winner. For this, he wanted to use the large number of War Emperors below to increase the energy of the Sovereign's Descent talent. The Saint Realm was definitely not the War Emperor realm. The energy required to double the power in the Saint Realm was tens of thousands of times more difficult than in the War Emperor realm. On the other side, the 3 false gods were floating in the air. They stared at Lin Chen with fear in their eyes. Lin Chen, who had used the enhanced version of the Ultimate Moment Godslayer, made them feel a fatal threat. Let's go all out. If we don't pay a price, we won't be able to take this kid down. Forget it. This fake body can be created again in the future. Rip tilde. A tearing sound was heard. Finally, the 3 false gods tore off their disguises. They no longer looked like they cared about the world and pitied the world. Instead, they showed their original bodies. The Han family false god, Han Yin, was a short and deformed old man. He was holding a walking stick and had a mouth full of yellow teeth. Centipede-like scars covered the left side of his face. The Jian family false god, Jian Chuanyi, was an old man with a broken holy sword. He was only 5 feet tall, with only 1 eye and a hideous sword scar. The Wang family false god, Wang Yiquang, was a sinister middle-aged man with Kuan-Peng wings. Only half of his face was left, and the left side of his face was skeletal. It was extremely strange. This was their true bodies. The 3 of them were all the most ferocious criminals in the sacred boundary prison. They were not as handsome and majestic as they were described in the fabricated history. On the contrary, they were the complete opposite. Each and every one of them was filled with the appearance of a scoundrel, causing one to shudder in fear. What's wrong? Aren't you going to continue pretending to be gods? Lin Chen sneered in ridicule, but his heart became increasingly heavy. From now on, it was time for both sides to go all out. You glib brat, I'm sure the Saint Realm expert beside you has told you about our weaknesses. The 3 of them were calm and composed. The Han family's fake divine soul Yin laughed with a smile as if he could control the wind and clouds. Previously, the 3 of them had held back because they were heavily injured and needed to preserve a portion of their strength to protect their injured bodies. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Lin Chen would not have been able to fight with the 3 of them for so long. However, once they released all their strength, it meant that Lin Chen would have to face 3 experts at the early stage of the 3rd heaven true saint realm and above. Fortunately, the attribute light balls dropped by them are extremely high, so I can still use them in battle. Other than the slow rune, I can still use the other runes and talents according to the situation. However, this is my only chance. Lin Chen had heard from the dean that the serious injuries of a Saint Realm expert were not trivial. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to suppress their injuries, it did not mean that their injuries were healed. If they released their strength in a heavily injured state, their bodies would be extremely weak. In other words, although they were at the early stage of the 3rd heaven true saint realm, their resistance and vitality were far inferior to a complete 3rd heaven true saint realm expert. This was Lin Chen's chance. He had to walk on the edge of a knife. One wrong step and he would lose. I know my own weaknesses better than you do. Today, I will let you, a mortal, know how big the world is. Han Yin laughed coldly. Come out, my heavenly yin odd crystal. Boom tilde. Bang. The terrifying and fiendish aura was like the cold yellow springs in hell. The energy rippled and exploded, shattering the nearby stars into powder in an instant. Then, they turned into faint cold ice frost that floated in the air. Lin Chen retreated repeatedly with horror in his eyes. Through the King Eye twins, he saw a dark blue crystal that flickered like starlight in Han Yin's body. When the energy of this dark blue crystal was combined with his saint energy, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It was like a breath of air that could erode everything in the world and extinguish all life. What is this? A saint artifact? No, it's more like some kind of powerful energy crystal. It seems like a saint artifact is more threatening. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He used the silent step and retreated rapidly. Han Yin raised his hand and laughed sinisterly. Heavenly yin freezing sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The gloomy and cold aura that was as cold as hell was like a torch dragon sweeping across the sky. Wherever it passed, it condensed into a river of gloomy and instantly blocked all of Lin Chen's escape route. Lin Chen's left leg was covered with a layer of gloomy and cold aura. Lin Chen activated the Fire Calamity combat body with all his might and burst out with raging flames that could burn mountains and boil seas. The coldness went straight to the bone. It can even erode my 9th Calamity battle chi. What a terrifying power. Lin Chen's pupils trembled slightly. These old guys didn't make a move, but once they made a move, they were full of killing intent. They were very clear about their weaknesses. When they revealed their true strength, they even used their trump card. This is an odd crystal. It's the strongest energy crystal that can only be born in the sacred boundary or high-level space planes. Combined with saint power, it's even more powerful. Brat from the mortal world, now you know the difference between us. If you resist us, you will definitely die. Han Yin cackled madly, shocking Lin Chen. There was actually such a powerful treasure in the sacred boundary. The power of this odd crystal was enough to double the strength of a saint. The Wang family's fake god, Wang Yiquang, suddenly stepped on the void and flapped his Kuan Peng wings, flying over like lightning. His Kuan Peng wings were many times stronger than Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings. As he tore through the void and moved forward, his fist smashed down like a heavenly hammer, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Mirror of protection. Lin Chen quickly waved Azure Bright Moon and his saber technique was like a curtain. He immediately entered a defensive state and reflected half of the opponent's attack power. Wang Yiquang had a refined saint body and the bloodline of the immemorial Kuan Peng. He was the only one among the three who dared to fight Lin Chen head-on. Lin Chen clashed with Wang Yiquang and Jian Chuanye with a saber in his hand. With Wang Yiquang rampaging in front, Jian Chuanye's sneak attack from behind, and with the protection of the Soul Yin Odd Crystal, Lin Chen was in a desperate situation. Damn it, are you the only ones with trump cards? I have one too. Lin Chen fought until his blood boiled. He allowed the cold aura of the heavenly Yin Odd Crystal to corrode his body as he used his mind to activate the system. Activate the absolute life and death talent. Chi tilde. Activating talent combination, absolute life and death talent. An orange brilliance shot into the sky and crossed the galaxy. Lin Chen's surging green brilliance and red divine brilliance had an additional orange light lingering around him. His strong and majestic blood energy and battle chi cultivation burned together. Ka tilde. The ice crystals condensed by the cold aura began to fall off Lin Chen's body. The edge of his pupils turned orange. Lin Chen's life began to count down. Chapter 767. Lin Chen activated the absolute life and death talent to choose a target, and it was Han Yin. Gu what? Han Yin let out a strange owl-like cry from his throat. Clang. The azure moon in Lin Chen's hand glowed even brighter. It was like a bright moon hanging in the starry sky. Due to the host activating the enhanced version of the God Slayer talent, the duration of the absolute life and death talent has been extended. Lin Chen activated the absolute life and death with his divine body. Although the increase in power was still calculated based on the original War Emperor realm cultivation, the duration had increased. Lin Chen's short hair burned with orange flames. With a saber in hand, his aura was domineering. His eyes were as sharp as the stars and the moon. On his silver robe, the 9th Calamity battle aura surged like a sunset. Lin Chen was like a god descending to the mortal world. He started to break my heavenly Yin Odd Crystal. How is this possible? Han Yin was shocked. Lin Chen held the saber with both hands. In an instant, it was as if he was possessed by a saber saint. His saber technique exploded. Attack mirror times attack moon. Guard mirror times speed moon. Swoosh. Swoosh. Bang! Bang! The saber aura that swallowed the heavens and the earth was like a bright moon shuttling back and forth. It reflected the universe and bombarded Wang Yiquang and Jian Chuanyi. The three of them were shocked. Where did this kid get the energy to spare? F*CKU, fake god. Come on, don't stop. Those who invade the 9 states will be killed. With his vitality burning, Lin Chen was overflowing with madness. His hair was swaying like flames. His saber technique was like a wild saber in a chaotic world. One saber after another, each saber was more violent than the last. His dragon power was still growing. His mental strength was growing rapidly. His battle aura cultivation was rising to a higher level. The powerful 9th Calamity battle body was emitting a brilliant holy aura. With over 100 million dragon power points, every strike of his was imbued with a domineering aura. Lin Chen turned into a dark light and slashed vertically at Jian Chuanyi's head. He wanted to split heaven and earth. Speed Moon, activated charging and penetration rune, consumed 3 million points of rune energy. Sword of Eternity. Jian Chuanyi drew his sword, the tip of the sword shot out a rainbow. The sword seemed to be moving very slowly. However, he was able to shatter the space crystal wall into a vacuum with a single strike. Bang tilde. The saber and sword collided, causing a massive wave to rise up. The saber energy was like a raging tide that wreaked havoc. As the sword light scattered, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Jian Chuanyi's mouth. 2 attribute light balls dropped beside him. Damn, this brat's attacks are too strange. I can't predict when he will use this strange penetrating secret skill. Lin Chen did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he punched the other side of the void. As the Kunpeng's wings trembled, the fist and the palm collided, and the 7 ultimate strength was performed continuously. Great Yin Ice Prison. Hun Yin attacked once more, and he struck out with a palm strike that enveloped Lin Chen's vast icy hell of baleful qi. The horror of the odd crystal once again invaded Lin Chen's body. He gritted his teeth and held on, his spiritual power erupting like a tidal wave. Annihilation. Boom tilde. An azure spiritual light pillar crossed the starry sky, and the destructive spiritual annihilation energy shattered more than half of the Great Yin Ice Prison. Hun Yin's expression changed slightly, and he cried out, "Spiritual Attack Secret Manual?" Together with the Great Yin Odd Crystal, his Great Ice Prison was enough to trap a first-level saint, but it was broken by Lin Chen so easily. Before the battle began, Lin Chen had already learned the annihilation technique to 100% proficiency. With his saint spiritual power, it was not an exaggeration to say that its power could destroy heaven and earth. Roar tilde. The Kunpeng roared, and Wang Yiquang also began to activate his bloodline transformation, berserk state. Jian Chuanyi attacked aggressively, but Lin Chen was fearless and faced him head-on. Holding the saber in his right hand, he used the saber technique Bright Moon Mirror, and the bright mirror hung high. His left hand used 7 ultimate strength, and his dragon force was fierce and domineering, looking down on the world. The saint's spiritual power clashed crazily, and Lin Chen fought the 3 fake gods with all his might. The 3 of them had to be wary of Lin Chen's penetration secret technique that could increase the power of his attacks, and they also had to pay attention to when they would unleash that terrifying spiritual attack. As a result, their strength was greatly restricted in the battle. If the 3 Third Heaven Saint experts in perfect condition attacked Lin Chen together, he might not even be able to last 300 rounds. However, these 3 fake gods had unleashed their full strength and were heavily injured, so they had to be more careful. The life and death talent burned his life force in exchange for strength, making him stronger as he fought. Lin Chen nourished himself with battle, and every attribute light ball they dropped was very precious. It constantly became his battle capital, allowing him to use the ultimate return talent again and again. His battle aura was never depleted at all. His aura was vast and majestic, making him as firm as a rock in the midst of the fake god's attack. It was precisely because they felt Lin Chen's ultimate return talent that the 3 fake gods' expressions became more and more serious. This kid's saint power was endless and could be replenished instantly every time. It was too strange. If I were to obtain such a mysterious secret manual, in that instant, the The three fake gods' eyes flashed with killing intent. They had seen too many things from Lin Chen that could threaten them. If they didn't kill this kid, they would never be able to live in peace. Still not enough, still not enough. My sun god talent can only last for 60 seconds. This isn't the best time yet. I have to persevere, persevere. Stars flashed chaotically, and after a few thousand rounds, Lin Chen's entire body was bathed in blood. His blade was like a dragon, and the dragon's might pierced through the heavens. His palms were clenched into fists, and his legs were whipped out. Lin Chen gritted his teeth as he was forced back time and time again. The azure moon in his hand trembled slightly, and the damaged spirituality continued to expand. Under the attacks of the three fake gods, even their enhanced God Slayer, life and death, and ultimate moment were no match for them. Lin Chen was being suppressed by them. His life force was depleting at an alarming rate, and an orange glow started to emerge from Lin Chen's body. His flesh and blood were rupturing, and his battle aura was surging. The world seemed to be completely still, and Lin Chen was only focused on the battle in front of him. His mind was being destroyed, his flesh was being torn apart, and his battle aura was being shattered. It seemed that every time he attacked, his opponent would come up with a more cunning and terrifying attack. It was as if endless despair was shrouding him. Powerlessness and exhaustion engulfed Lin Chen's entire body. On the other side, blood rained down on Longhu mountain range. The Spiritual State Alliance would definitely collapse after a long battle due to the absolute difference in combat power. Lying quietly on the cliff, Elder Yuan was on the verge of death, and he wanted to close his eyes. Whoosh! 4 Disha Realm students rushed to the edge of the cliff, helped Elder Yuan up, and stuffed a life-saving elixir into his mouth. Elder Yuan, the 4 of us won't let anything happen to you. The 4 of them shouted resolutely. Elder Yuan's eyes flickered. These kids are still fighting with all their might. How can an old man like me die so easily? Hold on a little longer. Elder Yuan watched as the students retreated at the edge of the mountain range. A large number of powerful Yuan venerates were attacking, and they were about to collapse. Despite his arms and legs being covered in blood, Elder Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs. Roar, students! Only we, the descendants, who are still alive, can decide the meaning of the deaths of the 100 sage ancestors. Only we can decide whether the path of the unyielding sages who defended the 9 states still has value. Roar, powerhouses! Onward, young geniuses! Rumble! Elder Yuan's roar as he burned his life force enlightened countless students as if they had comprehended the great Tao. That's right, only they could decide whether the deaths of the 100 sage ancestors still had meaning. If they lost here, everything from the beginning would be meaningless. The unfulfilled wishes of the sages and sages would be shouldered by them at this moment. They would decide, and they would control. The living would inherit the will of the dead and continue to move forward. This was the only hope for history to continue. Advance. Advance. For the 9 states, for the greater good, for the 100 sage ancestors, and for the sages who had died on this path, they had to win. If they didn't win now, then the sacrifice of the ancestors would be meaningless. Chapter 768. Countless students felt their blood boiling, and even their battle chi seemed to be ignited by a raging fire. The medicinal efficacy that they hadn't been able to refine in time surged into their bodies, and a large number of powerhouses broke through on the spot. With tears in their eyes, they angrily rushed toward the allied forces of the Fake God Alliance without fear of death. The 4 prodigy students standing beside Elder Yuan, who were at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, broke through to the Heaven Dipper Realm on the spot. You old fart, you should have died when you should have died. An injured Yuan venerate discovered Elder Yuan, and seeing that he had affected the battle situation, he rushed over crazily. The 4 of them looked at each other and used all their battle chi to block the injured Yuan venerate rushing over. This was the first time they had reached the Heaven Dipper Realm and flew in the air. The 4 of them used all their strength to grab onto the Yuan venerate and lock him in place. What do you want to do? The Yuan venerate panicked, but he found that he couldn't shake off the 4 youth. The 4 of them looked at each other, and the battle chi in their bodies surged as they laughed in relief. We will be brothers in our next lives. Rumble. The battle chi exploded, and a 100-foot storm bloomed like a cloud, wreaking havoc in the sky. 4 young Heaven Dipper Realm students actually self-destructed while holding a seriously injured Yuan Venerate, perishing together with the enemy. These 4 young students were already at the Heaven Dipper realm before the age of 20. They were true prodigies with great prospects in the future, but they didn't even bat an eyelid when they sacrificed their lives here. Even though there were millions of Yuan Venerates on the enemy's side, this was just an insignificant number. They still sacrificed their lives without hesitation. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, a loyal heart shines in the annals of history. Who cares if the world is chaotic and the rain of arrows is like a curtain? Who cares if the mountains and rivers are broken and heroes rise and fall? A crisp and beautiful female voice echoed across the spirit state. The sweet and light voice contained a soul-stirring and domineering aura. It shook people's hearts and shattered all despair. A beautiful woman in a colorful jade dress with ribbons fluttering like clouds stood in the sky above the third boundary, suppressing sacred stele of the spirit state, and sang loudly, "Partners, let's go. Sisters, let's sing. Let the dark clouds cover the sky, let the wind dance in the firmament. Don't be afraid of that magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, don't be alarmed by that 1,000 jong tall wave. Breaking through an army of 1,000, shattering the giant waves. Since ancient times, who has not died? Leave a loyal heart to shine in the annals of history. Dispelling the clouds and gazing at the dawn, stepping on the blood and singing a legend." The song was so shocking that it seemed to have triggered the pride hidden in the deepest part of the hearts of the people of the spiritual state. The aura of breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation strength lingered in the sky. Layers of colorful holy clouds rose into the void, bathing countless residents of the spiritual state in them. At this moment, more than 1 million people were making breakthroughs in their cultivation. Their injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 100 sages have shown their might. We haven't lost yet. Let's charge over and fight these bastards to the death. The morale of the Spiritual State Alliance soared, and their cheers soared into the sky. Bai Ruoyan, who was standing on the giant door of the Holy Fireland, stared at the Rainbow Fairy. She shook her head and exclaimed, "What a powerful rhythm technique. It's really a saint's technique." The momentum of the Spiritual State Alliance instantly soared to the highest point. Now is the time. Lin Chen's 4 clones had a tacit understanding of each other. They changed the direction of their attacks and dashed toward the combat emperors at the top of the battlefield. System: activate the ultimate skill, 5 thunders. Activating the ultimate green level ultimate skill, 5 thunders. With the host's clones as the center, all enemies within a radius of 100,000 kilometers will be targeted and attacked. Lin Chen's clones activated the ultimate skill, 5 thunders, 4 times in a row. Boom tilde. Bang. The horrifying 5-colored thundercloud instantly shrouded the combat emperors at the 4 different battlefields. All of them were 8th level combat emperors and above, the top combat strength of the Fake God Alliance. Bai Ruoyan, who had a tacit understanding of each other, opened her hands swiftly and opened the giant door of the Holy Fireland abruptly. Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the 4 battlefields, the bodies of the Spiritual State Alliance's experts were filled with dazzling white flames. They turned into a stream of light and were forcefully pulled into the giant door of the Holy Fireland. All of them were teleported into the Holy Fireland. This was what Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan had agreed on earlier. It was not an impromptu decision. When he activated the ultimate skill, Bai Ruoyan pulled all the combat emperors into the Holy Fireland. Almost no ordinary person could get close to the battle between the top combat emperors, not even the low-level combat emperors. As long as the top combat emperors retreated quickly, they would not be afraid of accidentally hurting their allies. Lin Chen wanted to detonate the top combat strength of his opponents in one breath. The 5-colored thundercloud with a destructive aura lingered above the heads of the 8th-level combat emperors. Their pupils shrunk as they finally realized the severity of the situation. However, they did not have the chance to escape. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The earth-shattering 5-colored thundercloud descended like a lightning dragon and struck all the top combat emperors. There were a total of 400 people above 8th-level combat emperors in the 4 battlefield. There were more than 100 ninth-level combat emperors. These were the top powerhouses of 3/4 of the forces in 9 states and half of the forces in the Firmament Tower. This was definitely a force that could influence the battle between the middle and the top. Now, all of them were hit by Lin Chen's ultimate skill, the 5-blow thunderstruck. The terrifying thunder shook the area thousands of miles away. When it reached the periphery where the Yuan Venerables and Heavenly Strength realms were fighting, the powerhouses of the fake god alliance gasped. This momentum was too terrifying. It was the powerful thunder that had happened at the headquarters that day. In a war, morale was the key. It could even decide the direction of the battle. The rhythmic sorcery of the boundary-suppressing sacred monument had awakened everyone's strongest fighting spirit and healed the injuries of countless people in the spiritual state. On the other hand, the people of the fake god alliance had just witnessed the 5-blow thunderstruck, and their morale had plummeted. Because of this, the spiritual state alliance instantly gained the upper hand and counterattack. Obtained 400,000 rune energy points, 500,000 heavenly path points, 400 blank attribute points, 300,000 talent points. A large number of attribute light balls kept dropping. However, because of the Godslayer talent, only a small number of non-growth attribute light balls were dropped. However, 400 top-notch combat emperors, no matter how small the number was still a huge number. This wave of 5-blow thunderstruck not only increased Lin Chen's attribute points but also played a key role in another of his trump card. Talent combination, Sovereign's Descent talent energy points, 500,000 points, 890,000 points, 1.09 million points, 2 million points, 4.9 million points, 6 million points, 10.5 million points, 20.3 million points. The accumulated energy of Sovereign's Descent had entered an unprecedented state of frenzy. Damn it! How many times can this kid use such weird attacks? Damn boundary-suppressing sacred monument, break it. You're just some incomplete wills and techniques left behind by low-level Saint Realm experts. I'm not afraid of your true bodies, so why would I be afraid of you? The 2 fake gods of the Mo family and the Lei family were exasperated after witnessing this scene. They had planned to use this group of top combat emperors to break into the inner circle and destroy one of the boundary-suppressing sacred monuments, but they didn't expect that Lin Chen would wipe them out. Hurry up. After a few more rounds, the things left by the ancient saints will disappear. The 2 fake gods sped up their attacks. The Heavenly Song Academy was about to be destroyed. After taking turns to destroy the boundary-suppressing sacred monuments, they were about to run out of energy. Suddenly, a warm ray of sunlight shone on the land of the spiritual state. Today's sun was exceptionally bright. Chapter 769. This kid can fight the 3 of them at the same time. Even the 3 old guys who released their true forms couldn't take him down. The false god of the dragon family, who was fighting against the Dean, rolled his huge dragon eyes from time to time. When he looked at the other side of the starry sky, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. How old was this kid? They had spent millions of years to reach this level. This kid was so young. If he had the support of the top forces in the sacred boundary, he would be an overlord in all the world. Ha ha ha. Long Di Sure, you must be worried. With this kid in the 9 states, he will be your eternal nightmare. Although the Dean's life was hanging by a thread, his aura in the battle was as magnificent as the sun, and his laughter was vigorous. Lin Chen's performance was beyond his expectations. Humph. Look behind you. Let's see if you can still laugh. The fake god of the Long family swung his dragon tail and swept the starry sky. Each of his dragon scales was covered with flowing dragon breath. The Dean forced himself to operate the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower and was pushed back more than 1,000 miles. Looking behind him, the Dean's face turned grim again. The 2 fake gods of the Mo family and the Lei family also showed their true forms and tried to break the defense circle of the spiritual state regardless of their injuries. The last trump card of the ancient families was about to disappear. The light of the 3 world-suppressing Saint Steelies also dimmed as they approached their limit. Oh no. These guys don't even bother to disguise themselves. They are going to break into the spiritual state. Gritting his teeth, The Dean was about to use the last of his saint bloodline energy when a domineering presence rose up like a dragon. The holy light was so magnificent that it looked like a bridge of clouds. Standing on the bridge of clouds was a man in a green robe. With a sword in his hand, he attacked the two fake gods with a dazzling sword light. "It's him." The Dean was overjoyed. The newcomer was the Tower Master of the Firmament Tower. "You are just a second-level saint. Get out of my way." The fake god of the Mo family waved the heavenly secret umbrella in his hand. Tens of thousands of holy lights gushed out like clouds and formed a big colorful net. The sharp sword energy was instantly sucked into the net and turned into nothingness. The Tower Master looked grim. Since he had stepped out, he wouldn't back down. In fact, he had been hesitating all this time. It was only when he saw Lin Chen take on 3 opponents by himself that he felt a glimmer of hope and made a strong move. Not long after he left the Firmament Tower, the demons in the demon eye of the Firmament Tower began to riot. Now, the remaining half of the Combat Emperor's forces in the Firmament Tower, as well as all the forces in the Firmament Tower, were trying to stop the demons from rioting. Everything was on Lin Chen. Their disadvantage still hadn't changed. The Tower Master alone was unable to stop the 2 false gods who had revealed their true forms. After activating the 5-blow thunderstruck 4 times at the same time, the energy accumulation of the Sovereign's Descent talent skyrocketed. This was Lin Chen's second trump card. Boom tilde. Lin Chen was repelled once again. His entire body was shrouded in red mist and orange light. He gritted his teeth and charged forward again. If an ordinary expert were to fight against these Saint Realm beings who had lived for 1,000,000 years, their mind would have long since collapsed and they would have resigned themselves to their fate. Lin Chen was able to resist to this extent by himself. Just based on his mental fortitude, he had already surpassed countless people. This was definitely the most difficult battle Lin Chen had ever experienced. Every time he attacked the opponent's weakness, he would be met with an even more ferocious attack. It was as if he was a lone wolf facing the siege of 3 lions. Every time Lin Chen felt that he could not hold on any longer, he would suddenly remember the evil deeds left behind by these false gods in the land of the 9 prefectures. Those lives that were trampled on by these false gods, those people who were treated like animals. Lin Chen felt as if his throat was being burned by molten lava. He, Lin Chen, could not swallow this anger. F***ck you false gods. Lin Chen shouted angrily as he waved his saber and his fist shook the galaxy. At this moment, his mental fortitude became even more perfect. This saber move, Mirror Moon God, was earth-shattering. Rip! The saber light split the void and cut Wang Yiquang's Kuan Peng wings in half. Roar! Wang Yiquang roared in pain. His Kuan Peng bloodline was known for its speed. With his wings cut off, his combat power was severely reduced. Lin Chen took the opportunity to grab the 4 attribute light balls that he dropped. He stepped into the air and flashed. At the same time, he swept out a wave of mental energy to push Hunyin back. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. At this moment, the accumulated energy of Sovereign's Descent in the system had reached 200 million point. It seems that the 5th 5-blow thunderstruck plan to charge into the enemy's interior has also succeeded. Lin Chen was ecstatic. This was an unprecedented amount. It was an amount that could only be accumulated by killing a large number of war emperors. However, it might not be enough for a sage stage cultivator. There was a world of difference between increasing the attack power of a sage stage cultivator and increasing the attack power of a war emperor stage cultivator. Lin Chen saw that his vitality that was about to be exhausted had transformed into a holy body due to the enhancement of the strengthened version of the Godslayer talent. His body that could only withstand the activation of absolute life and death for 13 minutes had forcefully lasted for more than 2 hours. This kid is getting stronger and stronger as he fights. What a terrifying secret technique to fight at the cost of burning his vitality. Unfortunately, he's about to die. The 3 of us still have the foundation to contend with him. No matter how strong we are, there's nothing we can do. Hunyin and Jian Chuanyi's eyes were gloomy as they locked onto Lin Chen's position. They were not in a hurry to make a move. The current Lin Chen was digging his own grave. The absolute life and death talent burned one's vitality to fight. The longer one lasted, the stronger the power obtained. However, if one could not kill the designated target, the talent would not be removed. Now, the power obtained from the absolute life and death talent was as high as 60,000 times. With the addition of the God Slayer talent, it was 350,000 times. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Chen laughed wildly. Laugh. Let's see how you'll laugh when you die later. Hun Yin was so angry that he laughed instead. He continued to condense holy power and instilled it into his heavenly yin-odd crystal. How could Lin Chen not laugh? Up until now, everything was going according to his plan. Lin Chen's winning rate was now 30%. Fake gods were indeed very powerful. This 30% was obtained by risking his life. However, Lin Chen still had a trump card. In the previous battle, he did not use the heavenly invisibility rune even once. It's time. The part that Sovereign's Descent and absolute life and death are not enough, I'll use it to make up for it. Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, but he grinned. He stared at the blazing sun behind the three fake gods. Although it was still extremely far away, he could already feel the fatal high temperature. The sun. He had been fighting with the three of them and constantly moving in order to get as close to the sun as possible. However, this distance was already his limit. His absolute life and death talent meant that he did not have much time left. Absolute life and death was already at the end, and Sovereign's Descent was ready. Host has activated the Sun God talent. Beginning to condense the power of the sun and transform it into Sun God power. The moment the system screen popped up, the three fake gods and all the saints present were shocked. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth had been blasted apart. A scorching hot aura was released from Lin Chen's body. Chapter 770. Lin Chen's body ignited with boundless sun god fire. Every pore on his body exuded the power of the sun god. His hair fluttered like sun god fire. His bones seemed to contain boundless sun god fire. The surging sun god fire merged with his countless meridians and fused with his flesh and blood. It was flawless and flawless. The sun god fire was like countless giant dragons roaring in Lin Chen's body, telling of the power of the sun and its magnificence. Are you kidding me? Where did this brat get such powerful strength? Not good. Something is wrong with him. Abandon the battle. The Lei family's fake god had just stopped the pagoda master and the Mo family's fake god was about to charge into the spiritual state. The power that erupted from Lin Chen's body was extremely terrifying. Even they felt a fatal threat. If Hun Yin and the other two didn't care, they would be the ones to die when Lin Chen turned around. The pagoda master and the dean were also dumbfounded. Lin Chen had completely overturned their understanding. They thought that Lin Chen, who had temporarily stepped into the saint realm with the cultivation of the 7th level combat emperor, was already at a heaven-defying level. They didn't expect him to reach a higher level. Heavenly shift. The heavenly secret umbrella suddenly opened. 3 spatial light pillars crossed the starry sky. The Mo family's fake god pulled Long Di Shaw and the Lei family's fake god into the spatial light pillars and disappear. When they reappeared, they had crossed a long distance and arrived beside Hun Yin and the others. As soon as they arrived, Lin Chen's sun god talent was officially activated. Boom! 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 The sun god force entered his body. He was like a new sun rising slowly. The space trembled, the universe was distorted, and the laws of nature were shattered. Many blazing suns rose from Lin Chen's head and turned into thousands of sun wheels. The condensed sun god force transformed into 9 spiraling heavenly rivers that intertwined and flowed endlessly. The raging heat waves set the several hundred stars in the vicinity ablaze. Bathed in the endless young fire, Lin Chen's magnificent divine might shrouded his head like a supreme divine crown. Lin Chen stepped out of the sea of fire. When his divine eyes opened, the boundless starry sky was instantly illuminated by the blazing divine light of the sun. The terrifying temperature illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like 2 blazing suns in the starry sky. Above Lin Chen's head was an endless blazing sun. His blood-soaked silver robe was embellished with the blazing flames of the sun. His robe billowed with the flames of hell. Lin Chen's myriad Dao sun will spun behind him, and he stepped on an endless sea of fire. It was as if billions of fire dragons had submitted to him. The fire of the sun burned the starry sky and illuminated the galaxy, making him look like a sun god who created the universe. His divine eyes scanned through all of the fake gods, and all of them shuddered in fear as cold sweat trickled down their backs. This kind of power was too terrifying. He was like the sun god of the primordial era, overlooking all living beings. The dean stared at Lin Chen's godlike back and couldn't help but burst into tears as he cheered loudly. God bless the spirit state. Just how strong is this kid? The Tower Master's heart trembled. Even a Saint King wouldn't be able to transform from a 7th-level combat emperor to such a horrifying level. Oh! They are all gathered together. Good timing, ha ha ha. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he let out a wild laugh. His laughter shook the universe, and he looked down at the galaxy, causing the sea of fire to surge. Endless divine power shook the entire galaxy. He was worried that the duration of his sun god talent was too short, and he was afraid that his opponents would break through the spirit state. He didn't expect them to gather together. Don't be fooled by his aura. He is almost at the peak of 3rd-level combat emperor. Let's attack together. His vitality is still slipping away. If we can hold on, we will win, Hun Yin and the fake gods of the Mo family said in unison. While they were talking, Lin Chen wielded the azure moon as fast as lightning, and a domineering and powerful saber energy slashed out like a long rainbow. The majestic moonlight split open a horrifying space crack and formed a deep abyss. The surging divine power of the sun and the water calamity battle aura combined perfectly, and with the support of billions of violent and ferocious dragon energy, it was earth-shattering. This move, Mirror Moon Imperial God, was even more powerful than its creator, Saber Saint Li Changsheng. Kuan Wuji, dragon devouring. Wang Yi opened his bloody mouth and shot out a beam of light that could devour heaven and earth, creating the image of 10,000 beasts devouring a dragon. Netherworld reincarnation destruction. The sword energy swept across the sky, and the night sword Chuan slashed through the galaxy, splitting the chilling and cold netherworld presence. Heavenly Yin Great Ice Prison. Hun Yin pointed out with a pale face, and the holy power that was as vast as the heavens and earth surged. The icy aura of the odd crystal that covered millions of miles suddenly descended around Lin Chen, freezing all the vitality. Netherblood Mystic Dragon Claw. Long Di Shaw's body flowed with violent and ferocious dragon blood aura, and he turned into a blood dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and pounced forward. Bang! 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 Saber cutting through eternity, chi breaking rainbow. The huge attacks of both sides triggered an earth-shattering collision. This saber attack had the penetrative characteristic, and the aftershocks shook the fake gods to the point of vomiting blood. It wasn't over yet. Lin Chen's attack was like the most terrifying tribulation in the world. It was endless, and it came crashing down like a raging tide. A spiritual giant that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall surged with brilliant sunlight, and it punched out with a spiritual attack that could overturn heaven and earth. This spiritual attack also had the penetrative characteristic, and it also carried the divine power of the sun that could burn everything in the world. Its aura was boundless, and it burned the starry sky. 10,000 miles heavenly fate fall. Hidden sky thunder hand. The heavenly fate umbrella blasted out 10,000 rays of grey light that seemed to cover the infinite secrets of the heavens, and it overflowed with a destructive aura. Together with the condensed black ball of lightning, it collided with the spiritual sun god fist that was smashing down. Bang! The attack surged, and the galaxy shattered. The fake gods were pushed back again. Lin Chen used the silent step, and the divine light of the sun around his body tore out a ray of light at an extremely fast speed. He threw a few punches with the most powerful 7 killing forces, which were all aimed at the body of Wang Yiquang's Kuan Peng and the dragon body of the fake god of the Long family. The killing force was the most powerful of the 7 killing forces, and it contained the most powerful force that could definitely kill the enemy. Once the punch was thrown out, it would kill. Poochie. The killing force penetrated the bodies of the 2 fake gods, and they vomited blood crazily. Their originally heavily injured bodies were covered with new injuries. The sun god didn't only increase Lin Chen's cultivation level, but also his pure strength. Lin Chen didn't even know that he had hundreds of millions of dragon power under his control. He only knew that he was now unprecedentedly strong. He was so strong that his scalp was numb. Ha ha ha. Come on, aren't you fake gods very arrogant? Where did your arrogance go? Damn it, how dare you invade the land of the 9 prefectures? I'll hammer you all to death. Lin Chen laughed arrogantly, and his aura covered the sky. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, and he was suppressing the 6 fake gods with his saber. The Dean and the Tower Master were dumbfounded. He was too invincible. He was too powerful. What kind of scene was this? A young man of the War Emperor realm was fighting against 6 fake gods. How could they not feel their blood boiling? The current Lin Chen was an existence with the combination of 4 super powerful talent. Ultimate moment plus life and death plus strengthened God Slayer plus Sun God. This talent state could be said to be truly unprecedented in history. Perhaps Lin Chen wouldn't have the chance to achieve it in the future. This might be the only chance for a War Emperor Realm Cultivator to defeat a Sage Realm Cultivator. The Sun God only had 60 seconds, and Lin Chen had to use all his strongest trump cards as soon as possible. Chapter 771. The Dean and the Pagoda Master were far away from Lin Chen. They kept using space teleportation to support Lin Chen. Annihilation. Rumble. The rapidly rotating spiritual light beam emitted an aura that could annihilate everything and bombarded all the fake god. With the help of the Sun God's talent, Lin Chen unleashed the strongest annihilation spiritual attack, which made their holy bodies dim and lose their vitality. The penetrative characteristic made them suffer a lot of pain and suffering. Poochie. The 6 of them vomited blood, and the injuries on their divine bodies became more and more serious. It was like their weakness at the beginning. Although the fake gods were strong, their divine bodies made them very weak. This was why they often hid behind the scenes to control the situation of the 9 prefectures. If they were bombarded by a large number of world-suppressing sacred tablets, their injuries would cause irreparable damage. If their defense was not broken, it would be fine. However, once their defense was broken, they would be defeated and their opponents would break through. This was the case for Lin Chen now. The injuries he inflicted on them were unimaginable. In just a few hundred rounds, the 6 fake gods were seriously injured. Lin Chen's situation wasn't any better. He was injured time and time again by the attacks of the fake gods. However, his absolute life and death had already burned him to this point. He didn't care about anything else and decided to fight with his life. Damn it, this kid wants to die with us. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. Damn it, does he want to die with us for the sake of the 9 prefectures? Mo Tianji, quickly think of a way. The 6 fake gods were terrified. The Sun God's talent was similar to the Godslayer's talent. They were both talents that increased Lin Chen's spiritual energy, pure strength, and battle chi cultivation. As a result, Lin Chen was a perfect combination. His pure strength and spiritual energy could share the different attacks in the battle and break their defense again and again. They were even killed by Lin Chen and thought that Lin Chen wanted to die with them. We can't hold back anymore. Everyone, go all out. As long as we don't die, we will eventually kill our way into the 9 prefectures and refine the energy of the Earth core to recover. Now that the Firmament Pagoda Master has made his move, I'm afraid that the demons have already started to riot. This kid is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Use your strongest attack to kill him. Mo Tianji transmitted his voice telepathically. The 6 fake gods looked at each other and immediately made up their minds. They covered each other and swiftly executed their movement techniques. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes that flickered with the divine fire of the sun. He sensed an unprecedented wave of holy power rising from the bodies of the 6 fake deities. At this moment, the 6 pseudo-divinities no longer held back. They were going to use their strongest killing moves. One move to decide the victor. Lin Chen glanced at his sun god talent. Remaining 24 seconds. His holy body, which was filled with divine power, was about to run out of life. The absolute life and death talent had burned his life force to the last moment. Sword fury towards the heavens. Jian Chuanye let out a cold shout and took out his holy sword. A sword flew out and the sword light twisted the wind and clouds, stirring up endless sword chi into a storm. The sword light in the center of the storm was the tip of the broken holy sword. Like a wild dragon, it pierced straight toward Lin Chen. Tens of thousands of sharp sword lights shot out. They shattered the stars and swept across the heavens, almost sealing off Lin Chen's escape route. This was a half-orange grade sword technique. When used by a fake god like Jian Chuanye, its power could pierce through the spiritual state continent. Blood devour, sky-splitting dragon breath. Long Di Sho spat out a mouthful of thick blood essence. His dragon breath condensed into a vast dragon claw that slashed down from the vast starry sky. It furiously grabbed the void above Lin Chen's head with a domineering aura and looked down on the world. 10,000 piercing pear blossoms. Mo Tianji's blood essence sprinkled on the Heavenly Secrets umbrella. Countless tiny needle holes grew on the sides of the umbrella, and countless sharp needle-like lights shot out. They fluttered in the air like a storm of pear blossoms. They emitted extreme white light and spun at a terrifying speed, piercing through the void. Each of the needle-like lights could almost penetrate the defense of a saint. Thousands of needle-like lights surrounded Lin Chen from all directions as if hell had descended. Thunder shaking the 9 heavens. The fake god of the Lei family turned into the claws of a huge beast, and energy fluctuations similar to odd crystals erupted from his body. Under the rotating starry sky, they turned into 2 silver thunderbolts that attacked from the front and back of Lin Chen like dragons swimming in the sea. Exploding star sky. Wang Yiquang's Kuan-Peng giant body condensed all of his bloodline power. The ultimate Kuan-Peng could swallow stars and turn them into energy before releasing them. At this moment, he released all of his saint power in one breath and turned it into a beam of saint light that pierced through the stars and blasted toward Lin Chen. Han Yin's blood and essence surged, and his saint power fluctuated like tides. The heavenly yin odd crystal in his body continued to vibrate. When it merged with his saint power, he struck out with his palm. Heavenly yin freezing palm. The horrifying chilly yin energy successfully condensed into a huge palm that covered tens of thousands of acres. When it slapped toward Lin Chen, many meteorite fragments were frozen into ice crystals and turned into powder quietly. The energy in that huge palm contained world-destroying energy. It was another half-orange grade combat technique that was infinitely close to an orange grade combat technique. Boom tilde. The 6 fake gods unleashed their most powerful killer moves almost at the same time and swept toward Fang Qi with devastating force. Even the Academy Master and the Tower Master who were standing far behind Lin Chen changed their expressions in horror. This was the most powerful attack that these fake gods could unleash with their current strength. These fake gods weren't ordinary saints, they were criminals from the saint prison. Not to mention the rare top-tier purple-level techniques and top-tier ultimate items, they even had half-orange grade techniques with them. They were terrifyingly rich in resources. Their final counterattack before their deaths was enough to move countless Saint Realm expert. Oh no! If the spiritual state is hit by this attack, it will be torn into pieces and truly fall apart. Maybe even the heavenly state will be destroyed. Aren't we supposed to chase these guys away? How come this Lin Chen kid is forcing them to risk their lives? The Academy Master and the Tower Master were anxious. In the entire 9 states, no one except for the ancient era when the 100 saints appeared together could withstand this attack. At this moment of despair, Lin Chen's eyes glowed brilliantly as he stood proudly in the starry sky like the sun. Come on then. This is the last attack. With a heroic spirit, Lin Chen immediately mobilized all his 9 Tribulations Origin Battle Chi and activated the system to activate the talent, Sovereign's Descent. Talent combination, Sovereign's Descent has been activated. Accumulated energy, 20.05 million points. The host's next attack will be enhanced. Host activated Heavenly Invisibility Rune to hide the trajectory and presence of the next attack. Consumed 29.5 million points of rune energy. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. The moment the system's screen popped up, Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the sun god's light and the orange essence of life, smiled. The azure moonlight in his left hand flowed with a dazzling radiance as the mirror moon imperial god was being prepared. The 9 tribulations star condensed in his right palm, but he was the only one who could sense the destructive energy waves that were close to destroying the world. In the face of that shocking attack, Lin Chen brazenly charged forward. Chapter 772. The attacks of the 6 fake gods were the most powerful and domineering attacks that Lin Chen had ever seen. As far as the eye could see, the domain of the Saint Realm mental energy was filled with deadly attack. If it weren't for his 4 innate talents, even 100,000 Lin Chen wouldn't be able to block even 1/10,000th of the attack. If he were to face them head-on, even if he had the Sovereign's Descent, he might be able to break through the attacks of the fake gods and inflict some damage with the 2 offensive talismans, but he definitely wouldn't be able to kill them. This was definitely not the result that Lin Chen wanted. His absolute life and death had reached the end of its time limit. Either the fake gods would die, or Lin Chen would die. The attacks were extremely fast. Lin Chen's saint-level spiritual energy operated at an extremely fast speed. The moment he charged over, thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind, but he still hadn't made a move. Finally, when all the attacks were less than 100 miles away from Lin Chen, who was using the silent step, was covered in an immeasurable amount of sunlight. Beams of divine light soared into the sky one after another, making him look like a blazing sun. When Lin Chen collided with the attacks head-on, his body was covered in a dazzling purple light. The pagoda master and the dean's faces turned pale. Lin Chen was charging head-on without any defense. At this moment, the dragon claw made of blood, the rainstorm-like needles, the endless storm of sword chi, the cold and gloomy giant palm, the destructive beam of light flowing with the aura of the Kuan Peng, and the 2 thunder dragon stigmata all struck Lin Chen. The 6 fake gods were overjoyed, but in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Super full counterattack. Accompanied by the purple light, Lin Chen let out a furious roar that soared into the sky. All of his attacks were actually reflected back at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming barrage of attacks formed a fearsome momentum that struck back at the 6 fake divinities. The trajectory of the barrage of attacks was close to the original trajectory, and the speed of the barrage of attacks was incredibly fast. Stunned. All of the fake gods were stunned. No one had expected Lin Chen to do this. How did he do it? How could there be such a heaven-defying skill in this world? To be able to reflect the attacks of 6 Saint Realm experts without any damage, even Saint Realm experts who were a few levels higher than the 6 fake gods couldn't do it. Even when they were at their peak before they were sent to the Saint prison, they could only take the attacks head-on. It was impossible for them to reflect the attacks so perfectly. Could it be the legendary orange-grade battle technique that could turn something rotten into something magical? Instantly, thousands of thoughts, such as fear, shock, and astonishment appeared in their minds. But they couldn't care less to be concerned as they retreated through space. Oh no. Mo Tianji's complexion was deathly pale. His heavenly secret teleportation had just been completed because of Lin Chen's sun god innate skill. He still had at least 6 hours before he could use it again. Ha 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 ha. Fake. Exclamation point. T to you. Chen's to the god to be T. S to T. Bang. T S bang T. Kai. The destructive storm that engulfed everything in its path converged from all directions and instantly collided with the space near the 6 fake deities. Then, the void trembled violently, and a mushroom cloud of energy abruptly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Countless falling stars were shattered by the aftershocks. A tornado-shaped tornado was raging. The storm of sword power stirred up the sky and mixed with the gloomy, cold air. The lightning stigmata exploded crazily. The sharp needle-like light was like flying leaves and flowers. The dense dragon blood was disorderly and chaotic. Now and then, it was hit by the fierce aura of Kuan Peng. My bloodline power, Lin Chen, you will die a horrible death. Where did this little bastard get such a trump card? Mice heavenly yin odd crystal. Mournful wails echoed in the storm. The false gods, who were already seriously injured, were hit by their own full-strength attacks. When they launched the attack, they had already used up all their holy power. Now, they did not have any extra energy to defend themselves. Their saint bodies collapsed, and even if they didn't die, they were only half a step away from death. Even the Tower Master and the Dean were stupefied by this scene. Lin Chen's move was completely beyond their understanding. This wasn't an attack from a heavenly spirit realm Yuan venerate but a full-strength attack from a saint realm warrior, and it was launched by the 6 fake gods. This was the one-time active talent of the purple level, super full counterattack. Lin Chen had used it to block many attacks from Battle Emperor realm warriors in the Firmament Tower and perfectly reflected their attacks. According to the description of the talent in the system, super full counterattack was also applicable to Saint Realm warriors. It could perfectly reflect the attacks of Saint Realm warriors, which was a heaven-defying talent. Lin Chen had been waiting for the best opportunity to use it. The attacks of the 6 fake gods were enough to wipe out the entire spiritual state, but Lin Chen's eyes flashed with excitement and craziness. It wasn't over yet. At this point in the plan, Lin Chen had a 50% chance of winning. Go. The 9 Tribulation Star will decide life and death in the 9 state. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Lin Chen suddenly tossed out the 9-colored star in his hand. It was dazzling, and the translucent divine light contained Lin Chen's 9 Tribulation origin power. It was breathtakingly beautiful and breathtaking. No, to be precise, it was the 9 Tribulation saintly source. There was a trace of the godly power of the sun in it, which increased the power of the 9 Tribulation Star dramatically. The host activated level 5 recharge and level 5 penetration rune, consuming 21.9 million rune energy. The recharge rune increased the power by 5 times, and the 200 million rune energy of the Sovereign's Descent increased the attack power by more than 10 times. Ultimate Moment, Life and Death, Godslayer, Sun God, and Sovereign's Descent. With the combination of the 5 talents, the 9 Tribulation Star this time was far more powerful than any other time. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination. The moment the 9 Tribulation Star left his hand, it quickly turned into a 9-colored star and fell into the monstrous storm. This was a light that only Lin Chen could see. The heavenly invisibility rune perfectly concealed its presence, and the fake gods who were under his attack didn't sense it at all. Just as Lin Chen's Sun God talent entered the 10-second countdown, a vast 9-colored light pillar that was millions of kilometers wide suddenly bloomed, connecting the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the vast starry sky and piercing through the entire galaxy. The brilliant divine light illuminated everything in the universe. What's this? No. It's not the attack of those fake gods. Block it. Horrified, the Dean and the Tower Master retreated to the sky above the spiritual state as fast as lightning. Then, they activated all their holy power and created 2 holy light barriers. Buzz. Buzz. The moment the 2 holy light barriers, one green and one blue, were formed, the violent spiritual essence crashed toward them like a storm, creating energy ripples on the surface of the barriers. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and withstood it. If the aftermath of this energy rushed into the spiritual state, the entire spiritual state would be plunged into misery and suffering. Fortunately, Lin Chen had drawn the attention of the 9 Tribulation Star far enough away to stay close to the sun and fight with the 3 fake gods. Therefore, the energy waves from the 9 Tribulation Star didn't spread to the spiritual state. The blooming 9-colored light beam didn't create any earth-shattering noises. It only had the silent power of annihilation that could destroy everything in its path. He still has a killer move. How is it possible? How can our hegemony come to an end here? I hate it. I've traveled across the sacred boundary all my life, and I've had countless wives and killed countless enemies. However, I was defeated by this kid. While the 9-colored light beam spun, Lin Chen seemed to hear the screams of the fake god. Chapter 773. Even if Lin Chen activated the 3-inch calamity, the destructive fluctuations of the 9-colored light pillar continued to spread. His body continued to die. The energy aftermath of the 9 Tribulation Star was too terrifying. Even he could not withstand it. Lin Chen held the azure moon tightly. There was only one step left. Lin Chen had not used the heavenly invisibility rune from the beginning. He had been hiding this trump card in the battle with the fake gods. There was no other reason. If the fake gods realized that they could not sense Lin Chen's attack, they would most likely choose to avoid the battle and flee. because to their heavily injured bodies, an attack that they could not sense was the most fatal. Therefore, he had kept this rune until the end. He had kept it for his strongest attack so that he could eliminate all the fake gods together. Whoosh. It was unknown which fake god had kept this trump card. He actually escaped from the 9-colored light pillar. Die. Lin Chen slashed horizontally, and the mirror moon imperial god, which had been accumulating power in the azure moon, slashed out. Whoosh. Under the starry sky illuminated by the 9-colored light pillar, it was as if a beam of moonlight flashed past in an instant. The figure was terrified and shouted, "No, no!" Rumble. The moonlight slashed down, and a gloomy and cold aura exploded. The sacred body was split into two, and a large number of elemental light balls scattered. The orange light burning all over Lin Chen's body suddenly dissipated. The person who had escaped was actually Hun Yin. However, the moment he killed Hun Yin, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! The restriction of the life and death talent had been removed, but the aftermath of the 9 Tribulation Star continued to destroy all of Lin Chen's vitality. System, activate superdimensional teleportation. Before Lin Chen could activate superdimensional teleportation, his whole body was destroyed and annihilated by the terrifying airwaves. The energy of the strengthened version of the God Slayer talent was rapidly drained. In the end, the 9-colored light pillar slowly disappeared, and all the fake gods died. Victory! In this battle, Lin Chen did his best to set up a trap, exhausting all of his resources, preparing and persevering time and time again. Finally, he killed the false divinity. However, the reason why they were able to kill the fake deity this time was all thanks to the super all-out counterattack at the last moment, as well as the fact that the fake deity himself was seriously injured. In the end, the 9 Tribulation Star became the last straw that overwhelmed them. If it had been 6 third-level Saint Realm experts in perfect condition, perhaps the result would have been completely different. Although they had won the battle, Lin Chen had also paid a heavy price. His body broke into several pieces and floated in the starry sky. His life aura grew dimmer and dimmer. Damn it, Brother Chen, am I going to be blown up by myself in the end? Lin Chen's heart was filled with bitterness. As his life force gradually faded into nothingness, a faint green light flashed between his eyebrows. The host is on the verge of death, activating passive talent, Destined One. Boom. The green light was like a pillar. When it bloomed from Lin Chen's body, it gathered around his body and nourished strands of tenacious life energy. It began to fuse with his body once more. This is, Lin Chen's eyes bloomed with the light of new life and faith. Destined One. He did not expect that when he had spent nearly 10 million attribute points to fuse with the God Slayer fragment, he had unexpectedly obtained this talent that had become his life-saving trump card. The last time it was activated was when he first encountered the descendant of the fake deity, Morbai. This time, it had saved his life again. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen's body was reborn and completely restored. However, the enhanced version of the God Slayer and the Sun God's talent state had been removed. The current Lin Chen was a combat emperor. Hey! I've broken through. Lin Chen was surprised and happy at the same time. Being a heaven's destined warrior had given him a new lease of life. What stood after the breakthrough was the great bottleneck of the 8th heavenly realm. He was now an early 8th heavenly realm combat emperor. Now is not the time to be surprised. It's so hot. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen activated the 9 calamity body to defend himself. Although this space was still far away from the sun, it was already considered a very dangerous place for a combat emperor. First, I'll collect the spoils of war from the fake deities and then use the super-dimensional teleportation to return. This vast starry sky contains all kinds of spatial storms, heavenly flames, meteorites, ice demons, wind and so on. I won't be able to escape if I encounter any of them. Lin Chen put away the severely damaged azure moon and activated the ultimate moment again. He activated the silent step at full speed and rushed towards the space where the fake deities had fallen. The starry sky was extremely dangerous. Even a 9th-level combat emperor would find it difficult to protect himself. Lin Chen was no exception. If he had not fought with the fake deities and cleared all obstacles in his way, Lin Chen would not have been able to use his movement skill to travel freely in the vast starry sky. Azure Dragon, keep. Lin Chen released his Dragon Emperor. The man and the dragon frantically cleaned up the battlefield. The Azure Dragon was responsible for collecting the attribute light balls while Lin Chen took away the spoils of war from the fake deities. This time, Lin Chen's heart was trembling when he cleaned up the battlefield. It was not because of the huge amount of attribute light balls, but because of the treasure chests and spoils of war obtained after killing the fake deities. The top-grade storage rings of the fake deities had exploded during the battle. Most of the items were destroyed, leaving behind only a few valuable treasures. First, there was a badly damaged holy sword. Although it was severely damaged, its holy aura still remained. It was Jian Chuan Yi's sword. There was a grey stone that contained boundless spatial energy. Even the Holy Force Jade Slip did not contain even 1% of it. There was also a piece of red satin. Lin Chen had also obtained a piece of red satin from the Dean. Even the Dean could not see through its secret. There was a scroll sealed with dark elemental energy that flowed as deep as the sea. There were also 2 fist-sized scarlet blood crystals. With the help of the Golden Eyes twin, Lin Chen could faintly see the silhouettes of 2 dragons dancing in the air. Inside the scarlet blood crystals, there was a draconic might that Lin Chen had never felt before. Every single one of these items was extremely extraordinary. Lin Chen had never seen them before. Damn, I've struck it rich this time. Lin Chen took away all the spoils of war. He did not have time to study them now. He would just take them first. Finally, there was a fingernail-sized crystal jade fragment suspended in the void. It flowed with a terrifying chill, as if thousands of icebergs were condensed within the fragment. Even Lin Chen did not dare to approach it easily. This is the heavenly yin odd crystal. Lin Chen was stunned. His heartbeat quickened, but then his heart sank. No, it's just a fragment of the odd crystal. Most of the energy was used by Hun Yin to block my attack. It seems that there is less than 1/20th of the energy left of the complete odd crystal. Sigh, what a pity. This heavenly yin odd crystal was a top treasure refined by Hun Yin. It could only be found in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen had personally experienced the power of the odd crystal. It had once forced him into a desperate situation. However, Lin Chen was not too depressed. If it was a complete odd crystal, Lin Chen might not even be able to take it away. After all, the power of an odd crystal was too terrifying. An odd crystal could increase the combat power of a sacred boundary several times. This value was probably only comparable to half-orange rank combat skills. After taking away the heavenly yin odd crystal fragment, Lin Chen looked at the void on the other side. There were 6 attribute treasure chests floating there. The things that he had just obtained were the remnants of the pseudo-god's heritage from the battle. The 6 treasure chests were the attribute treasure chests that Lin Chen had obtained from killing the pseudo-god. 6 attribute treasure chests, 2 orange crystal treasure chests, and the other 4 attribute treasure chests. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen them. The 4 attribute treasure chests flowed with colorful brilliance and exuded a supreme and noble aura. Lin Chen grabbed the 6 treasure chests. He had never been so excited and expectant before. These were the treasure chests that the pseudo-god dropped. What kind of things would he get? Chapter 774. Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mouth was so wide open that he could stuff an egg into it. Damn! A permanent orange-grade talent fragment. The huge surprise stimulated Lin Chen's brain. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Orange-tier talent, all of them were unprecedented levels. Every single one of them was Lin Chen's strongest trump card. Even in his dreams, Lin Chen wanted to have a permanent orange-tier talent. That was his life-saving talisman. Even if it was a talent fragment, at least he had something to look forward to. I've been waiting day and night. You're finally here. Lin Chen's heart trembled as he opened the system and quickly browsed through the instant light split shadows talent. Permanent orange-grade talent fragment. Instant light split shadows, 1/2. Consume a specific talent point to divide all of the host's attacks into 5 parts. The power will not decrease. It is applicable to all of the host's current characteristic runes. After reading this concise and comprehensive explanation, Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. All attacks can be divided into 5 parts, and they are applicable to all characteristic runes. In other words, my illusion runes are also applicable. If I use 4 illusions to activate Mirror Moon Imperial God at the same time, it will be 5 Mirror Moon Imperial God moves. If I activate this talent, it will be. Lin Chen was terrified as he thought about it. 5 people, 5 moves. If it was divided into 5 parts, it would be 25 moves. 25 moves of Mirror Moon Imperial God at the same time, and it would be buffed with penetration and charging runes. What kind of scene would that be? It was 2F** King Abnormal, the invincible God Slayer, the stronger the Sun God, and the instant light split shadows that could turn the situation around. Orange grade talents, each one was more abnormal than the last. This talent is 2F** King Abnormal. Lin Chen gasped in amazement. He was so excited that he was sweet-talking. Orange grade talents were indeed powerful to the point of defying the heavens. If Lin Chen had this instant light split shadows talent when he was fighting against the fake god, he would not have needed to use super full counterattack as a backup. He could have just thrown out a 9 Calamity Star and activated instant light split shadows to split into 5 9 Calamity Stars of the same power. What kind of scene would that be? Fake god. Even the dregs would be blown away. However, not all talents were perfect. The Sun God had a short time limit, and the Godslayer had to have enough enemies and powerful strength to exert the power of the Godslayer. Furthermore, the Godslayer innate talent was not suitable for the Phantom Rune. When activated, only the main body would truly enter the Godslayer innate talent state. Rather than saying that instant light split shadows had a flaw, it would be better to say that it was Lin Chen's own limitations. Why was Lin Chen able to create 4 doppelgangers that were comparable to the original body? Why was the doppelgangers able to use all of Lin Chen's ultimate techniques, but the 9 Tribulations stars could only be used once in a short period of time? The 9 Tribulations star required the consumption of the 9 Tribulations origins. Ultimate restoration could replenish the depletion of battle chi and mental energy, but it could not replenish the depletion of the 9 Tribulations origins. The Phantom Doppelganger possessed Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations battle chi, but the 9 Tribulations origin source was connected to the main body. If the Doppelganger used the 9 Tribulations stars, it would only consume the 9 Tribulations origins of the main body. To put it simply, it was not that the instant light split shadows innate talent was not suitable for the 9 Tribulation stars, but that the Phantom Rune was unable to increase the number of times the 9 Tribulation stars could be used. Therefore, the 9 Tribulation stars could only be used once in a short period of time in a battle. An unprecedented scene of dozens of 9 Tribulation stars being used together would probably never happen. However, one doppelganger into 5 was also extremely heaven-defying. The instant light split shadows and Sovereign's Descent would be a great killing weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. Although the 9 Tribulation stars cannot be used by the Phantom Doppelganger, half-orange grade combat skills can be used. Lin Chen was not discouraged. He saw another limitless possibility of the instant light split shadows, and that was a top-grade combat skill. In fact, if he could master orange-grade combat skills in the future, he could also use the Phantom Doppelganger. Coupled with the instant light split shadows, Lin Chen believed that he would be able to reach new heights of handsomeness and strength by then. It seemed like he had thought of many things, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. Lin Chen looked around and frowned slightly. There are a large number of meteorites nearby, we have to retreat quickly. He tied up the remaining sacred bodies of Wang Yiquang and Han Yin. The rest of the fake gods had already been destroyed in the previous explosion, but only the sacred bodies of these 2 people were preserved. Although their sacred bodies were broken and dim, and the remaining sacred power was less than 1/1000th of their severely injured state, they were still a great supplement for Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. The prerequisite was that he had to solve the problem of how to refine them. Without having the time to carefully look at how many attribute light balls the Dragon Emperor had obtained, a large number of meteorites were approaching. Lin Chen hurriedly activated the super-dimensional teleportation talent, moving the host to space number 1. The spacelight pillar broke, and Lin Chen disappeared. Lin Chen did not know that after he left, a red flame ignited in the void not far away. It was like a dancing fairy, beautiful and gorgeous. In the flame, a beautiful figure slowly walked out. Gazing at the shattered space, the beautiful woman clapped her hands, and couldn't help but clap. This child is really a peerless sacred talent in the mortal world. Although he does not have a special bloodline, even I cannot see through his magical powers. Interesting. I did not expect to encounter such a situation in the mortal world. Her fiery red dress was beautiful beyond compare. The woman's temperament and appearance were the most beautiful. She turned around and stared in the direction Lin Chen left. Her eyebrows were like two burning flames, extremely mysterious. Come out. Suddenly, the woman's face was as cold as frost. Her delicate hand grabbed the void and pulled. A bloody figure with cracked skin was pulled out from the crack in the void. It was the fake god of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji. He did not die. With his skills as a divine fortune teller, the explosion of the 9 tribulation star did not kill him. How is this possible? Who are you? How can you see through my Tianji holy escape? Mo Tianji was injured all over. He stared at the beautiful woman in front of him in horror. The pressure from the latter was extraordinary. Not to mention that he was severely injured. Even if he was not in the holy prison, he might not be comparable to this woman in front of her. You are not qualified to know my name. Do you know this? The beautiful woman in red sneered. A red flame with flowing red light rose from her palm. Mo Tianji's pupils shrank. You are from the Divine Flame Palace? The woman in red smiled. At least you have some eyesight. Looking at your appearance, you must be a criminal from the holy prison. You are just a remnant of the evil. Die. As soon as she finished speaking, her jade-like hand slapped the top of Mo Tianji's head. The latter was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His life was slowly extinguished. His eyes were filled with despair. His cultivation was destroyed. No, killing you would only dirty my hands. As if sensing something, the woman in red suddenly looked in the direction of the Jojo continent. Hey! The aura of the demon race. Chapter 775. On the spiritual state continent, Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star exploded, illuminating the sky with 9 colors like a blazing sun. Everyone stopped fighting. What is this? Is our great true God about to descend? The top masters of both sides stopped fighting, shocked and confused. While the Tower Master and the Dean were worried, the space light beam suddenly broke open, and Lin Chen returned. After a moment of shock, the two were overjoyed. Lin Chen, you're fine. You little brat, you gave me quite a fright. Didn't you say you would drive them away? Why did you fight with your life on the line? The two heaved a sigh of relief, and the top masters of both sides were shocked. Prince Lin Chen won? Could it be that those false gods were killed? Impossible. How could our Lord true God fall at the hands of such a mortal? The battle emperors of the spiritual state continent cheered, but those of the fake gods were in disbelief. The ancestors of the 7 dragon clans stopped fighting, looking shocked. Others might not recognize them, but they couldn't. The 2 bodies in Lin Chen's hands were none other than the false god's true body. Even if the Tower Master of the Firmament Tower came, he couldn't kill them. Are you kidding me? We lost. Lin Chen, it's all because of him. Those guys are dead, but what about the dragon god essence Jade? The higher-ups of the dragon clans were in chaos, and the morale of the 7 dragon clans dropped. Bai Ruoyan stared in Lin Chen's direction with tears in her eyes. She finally felt relieved. When the Dean and the Tower Master saw the 2 bodies in Lin Chen's hands, they were shocked. You killed them? Even though the explosion was horrifying, the 2 couldn't believe it. Those were the most vicious criminals in the Saint prison. 6 of them were killed by Lin Chen? Yes, I killed them all. It's useless to expel them. They'll come back sooner or later. I wanted to kill them from the very beginning. Lin Chen's words caused the Tower Master and the Dean to shake their heads in amazement. Although they had already acknowledged Lin Chen's potential and strength, but they had still underestimated his ambition and lofty aspirations. They were only thinking about how to defend against the attacks of the false gods, But this little guy was actually thinking about how to eliminate 6 false gods. It was shocking. All of a sudden, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the bodies of the 2 fake gods. Lin Chen was shocked. Could it be that this thing can explode? The dean's eyes turned cold. Their saint veins are broken and incomplete. They're about to explode. After exchanging a glance with the Tower Master, the 2 of them nodded. They gathered holy light on their fingertips and waved it, cutting off the heads of the 2 fake god bodies. The 2 of them formed hand seals, and a series of golden sacred runes shot out from their fingertips, circling around the fake deity's body and forcibly sealing the shattered saint bloodline's energy. After being sealed, the fake god bodies looked ordinary like ordinary objects. Lin Chen put them into his storage ring easily and exclaimed at their miraculous methods. Ignoring the conversation, Lin Chen looked around the spiritual state. Countless pairs of eyes gathered their battle auras and gazed at him from thousands of miles away. Lin Chen waved his arms and yelled proudly, "The war is over. The spiritual state has won. Those of the False God Alliance who surrender will have a chance to live. Those who resist will be killed." At this moment, Lin Chen's voice was like rolling thunder, gathering energy like a rainbow as it spread throughout the entire spiritual state. Wow! With Lin Chen personally announcing this news, and with the removal of the space barrier, it had an incomparable credibility. Endless cheers surged across the spiritual state. Hundreds of millions of people in the spiritual state wept tears of joy, and more places stopped fighting. The members of the Fake God Alliance were defeated like a landslide, and they retreated one after another. There's still time. We still have a chance. Let's go. Let's go. The other side has a saint. We have no chance. The 7 dragon clans fled with their tails between their legs, and the 3 dragon clans didn't stop them. After all, both sides had paid a heavy price and couldn't chase after them. Suddenly, the Tower Master's expression changed slightly. The emergency jade slip has been activated. I have to return to the firmament tower. He cupped his hands at Lin Chen and the Dean. Lin Chen cupped his hands. Senior, thank you for your righteous help. I, Lin Chen, will remember your kindness. The Tower Master smiled bitterly. Don't flatter me. Even without me, the result wouldn't have changed much with your strength and resources. Lin Chen shook his head. If the Tower Master hadn't blocked the aftermath of the 9 Tribulation Star, the Dean might not have been able to protect the spiritual state. The Tower Master's help had indirectly saved countless lives in the spiritual state. After the Tower Master left, Lin Chen wanted to go to the Firmament Tower to see what was going on. However, he and the Dean had to stay here to control the situation. As the Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy, I declare that the war is officially over. If anyone still wants to fight, come at me. The Dean released his Saint Aura and the Saint Artifact waves of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, which spread across the spiritual state and suppressed the remaining members of the Fake God Alliance. In fact, the Dean was at the end of his rope. Although Lin Chen had shared some of the pressure in the battle with the fake gods, the Dean's physical condition was even worse than the fake gods. He could only stand here with his last breath. However, the Saint Aura was much more powerful than the Battle Emperor's. The Dean's aura alone was enough to intimidate the other emperors, and no one dared to rebel. Everyone in the spiritual state cheered Lin Chen's name. From today on, the history of the spiritual state would usher in a new revolution that would rewrite the history of the 9 states that had been tampered with by the fake gods. However, there was one person who had overthrown the era ruled by the fake gods and inherited the will of the ancient 100 saints. He was the first person in all of history. There were no gods in the 9 states. With him, Lin Chen, there were no gods. Like the 9-colored light today, this name would illuminate the entire spiritual state and the land of the 9 state. However, things were not that simple. Just when everyone thought that the war was over, a sudden change occurred. Damn you, Lin Chen, how dare you rob the 9 palaces of the 10 sects of the bright state? Today, one of us will die. Little thief, Lin Chen, get out here. If I don't skin you alive today, I'll change my surname to Lin. Damn it. Lin Chen, if you have the guts, don't be a coward. You dare to rob us, but you don't dare to stand out. Shouts and curses covered in vigorous battle auras swept over like a huge wave, covering the sky and covering all directions of the spiritual state. Countless yuan venerates and battle emperors were like densely packed dots, forming a 1,000-foot wave that attacked from all directions. They were the forces and masters of the 8 states. Some of these forces didn't submit to the fake gods, some were fence-sitters, and some didn't care about the situation in the 9 states. They were all robbed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen had plundered the accumulation of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years, forming a large army that was almost equivalent to the fake god alliance. Many of them were hidden families of the 9 states. They didn't care about the situation in the 9 states on the surface and hadn't come out for a long time. Moreover, because they had been robbed, everyone's hearts were burning with anger. Their killing intent was like a tide, and their might was shocking. Their attacking momentum was even stronger than that of the fake god alliance. They were equivalent to the representatives of all the masters of the 8 states. Almost the entire 9 states had come to suppress Lin Chen. Chapter 776. Tell that little bastard Lin Chen to come out and kneel down to apologize. Damn it. You dare to rob people, but you don't dare to show your face. How come the spiritual state has such a piece of trash? What a scum. You motherf***ka. Hurry up and get out here. Lin Chen, you're king sinner who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. You destroyed all the things that belonged to the forces. You've committed a heinous crime. You're delaying the continuation of the martial arts civilization in the 9 state. Countless rebukes, curses, questions, and denunciations came from all directions. Even the residents of the spiritual state felt great pressure. These were the masters representing the 8 states, and their auras were magnificent. No. Big brother Lin Chen is our savior, he's not a sinner. Some young people yelled for Lin Chen, but they were suppressed by the auras released by some battle emperors. The young people's faces turned red. Lin Chen had become the faith of the entire spiritual state. They couldn't allow these people to insult him. Seeing this, the people of the fake god alliance decided to wait and see what would happen. Facing the overwhelming curses, Lin Chen suddenly used the silent step and teleported 100,000 kilometers away. With a flash of 5-colored dragon light, he stood in the center of the spiritual state with the 5 dragons' imperial spear in his hand. His clothes were torn, but his back was as straight as a battle spear. He stood proudly in the sky above the center of the spiritual state and faced all the questioning masters. People of the spiritual state stared at Lin Chen. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lin Chen said something shocking. A bunch of morons. I'm robbing people like you. Do you think I need you to question me? What's the point of bullying the weak? Come at me if you have the guts. His arrogant laughter spread outside the spiritual state, and countless masters' faces turned red in anger. Damn it. How arrogant. Beat him. Damn it. I don't believe that we can't beat him. You're the stinkiest rat in the history of the 9 states. So what if you're a genius? Do you know that you're destroying the martial arts civilization in the 9 states? Countless masters' murderous intents swept across the spiritual state. Lin Chen had broken down their massive amounts of cultivation methods, weapons, pills, pill recipes, and all sorts of other treasures. These treasures required an endless amount of time to accumulate. Lin Chen's actions had completely cut off their path of retreat. However, if Lin Chen had not done so, the Godslayer would not have been in its strongest state, and he would not have had enough attribute enhancement talents to fight a false god. There was no chance to save the 9 regions. All the people of the spiritual state froze, and even the masters of the Heavenly Song Academy froze in place. Lin Chen defeated the fake god and saved the 9 states, but he became the greatest sinner in history. The dean stared deeply at Lin Chen's back without saying anything. At this moment, this young student's back seemed so tall, as if he could carry the heavens and earth. In order to stop the fake god from invading the spiritual state, Lin Chen battled him in outer space. The masters of the 8 continents didn't know about the battle between Lin Chen and the fake god. Countless people of the spiritual state froze in place, and so did the masters of the fake god alliance. The setting sun slowly shone on the young man's face. The distant sky was filled with heaven-shaking battle cries as countless masters attacked him. With a profound look in his eyes and a smile on his lips, the young man looked into the distance, completely unconcerned. The scene seemed to be frozen at this moment as if it were a scroll of history. All the people of the spiritual state froze in place. What was a hero? Selfless and selfless, moving forward with a heavy burden, defending righteousness, and carrying history. What was a master? Caring for the universe, revering the heaven and earth, looking down on all living beings, and creating civilizations. However, the young man before them was a true master. He carried history and overthrew the era ruled by the fake god. All the invaders before him should have become the fake god's slaves or be killed by him. However, Lin Chen saved them and the 9 regions, but he became the worst sinner in the history of the 9 regions. However, he seemed to be so calm and unperturbed. He could take out the body of the fake god to prove his achievements. It would be irrefutable evidence whether or not people would believe him. However, he didn't want to do so. Even if he took it out, how many people would believe him? How many people would stop? Even if he carried the world on his back and was despised by the people in the world, he could still move forward with his head held high and not let them down. This was the heart of a true master. My heart is like a mirror, and my will follows my heart. At this moment, in the hearts of the people of the spiritual state, Lin Chen's figure emitted a dazzling and boundless godly light as if he was holding up the heaven and earth. Like a god, he was imprinted in their hearts for eternity. Even the reclusive old monsters of the fake god alliance who were his enemies couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This man is truly an unparalleled genius." Several breaths later, as if everyone had a tacit understanding, their furious roars and shouts resonated throughout the spiritual state. "Protect our savior. Ha ha ha. If you want to touch our hero, you have to get through us first." All the Battle Emperor Masters leaped into the air again and faced the reclusive factions of the 8 continents with no fear. To be able to follow an expert like Lin Chen in life, wasn't that an honor? Like a fairy floating in the clouds, Bai Ruoyan floated over with the wind and stood quietly by Lin Chen's side. Then, she held Lin Chen's hand with her jade-like hand. Bai Ruoyan smiled gently and said, "I'm willing to face the whole world with you. Even the dry seas and dry mountains can't stop me." Lin Chen held the beauty's soft hand tightly and said with a smile, "Although I'm the most handsome man in the 9 states, I feel like I'm so lucky to meet a fairy like Sister Ruoyan." The two looked at each other and smiled as if they had remembered the first time they met. "Ha ha ha. If you want to fight, you have to count me, an old man who has been eliminated by time." The Academy Master's heroic smile shook the world. The Academy Master of the Heavenly Song Academy? This is the Saint Aura. The legend is true. He is a real Saint Realm Master. Countless masters were stupefied and dumbfounded. If there was a Saint Realm Master, the situation would be completely different. No wonder even the legendary alliance of true gods didn't dare to make a move. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. At the moment when the 3 forces were present, the tectonic plates of the spiritual state began to shake violently without any warning. Tsunamis rose, and the space trembled. Many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Something is wrong. Where is the fighting going? I don't think so. The tectonic plates of the spiritual state are shaking. The Battle Emperor Masters of the Alliance were shocked, but the Academy Masters' expression changed drastically. Not only the spiritual state, but also the heavenly state, the godly land, and the entire 9 states began to show signs of violent spatial tremors. Lin Chen's expression turned grim. His spirit energy vaguely sensed a murderous spirit that could destroy everything in the world. It seemed like it was about to wake up and rush out of the 9 states. Is it the 9 great demon eyes? Lin Chen was shocked. He had sensed this presence on the demon battlefield and in the secret chamber where the Academy Master was sleeping. It was the 9 great demon eyes. How can there be changes in the seals? Even if each state uses a saint artifact, it should be able to last for at least 1,000 years before it goes wrong. Cold sweat poured down the Academy Master's forehead. The Academy Master was usually calm in the face of everything, but now, he was so flustered, which showed how serious the problem was. Only an existence above the sage realm could make a sage realm expert panic. Once the seals in any of the 9 great demon eyes were broken, the 9 states would face the real doomsday. There were countless demon kings and demon emperors in the Devil's Den, as well as a large number of demon monarchs and saint demon kings. The current foundation of the 9 prefectures was incomparable to that of the ancient era. The 9 prefectures could not compete with the number of demons in just one Devil's Eye. Lin Chen didn't notice that the purple-black demonic seal on his palm was flashing with light as if it was calling out to the demonic eye. Chapter 777. The 9 continents all had complete saint artifacts that could suppress the demon eyes. This was another method left behind by the ancient sages. The spiritual state had the heavenly spirit battle tower. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the spiritual state experienced an upheaval of the demon eyes. In the end, only the Deen joined in the suppression of the demon eyes and sealed them. Now, the 9 demon eyes of the 9 continents were all going crazy. The situation was critical. Is the demon race going to rush out from inside? Lin Chen's eyes were sharp. He didn't have any orange-level talent. If the demon race came out, a few mid-level demon kings could restrain him. Bewilderment and fear began to spread throughout the 9 continents. Only the spiritual state's morale was strong. With Lin Chen here, many people were able to remain calm. However, they were confused about where this upheaval came from. It seems that we have to risk our lives. The Dean stared at the heavenly spirit square and gritted his teeth. Shun Lianyun seemed to have sensed his expression and her face turned pale. No, don't. While the 9 continents were trembling, a light and graceful voice with a hint of surprise and amazement sounded. The mortal world here gave birth to the Primeval civilization and is connected to a demon race's nest. Interesting. Huh. Other than this little guy, there's another warrior saint bloodline? No, let's see. A beautiful woman in red arrived in the sky of the spiritual state, covered in red flames. The Dean and Lin Chen's expressions changed again. This woman was very powerful. At least, she was beyond Lin Chen's current knowledge. Saint realm? No, those fake gods are far inferior to her. This was a powerful existence that could dominate the 9 continents by herself. Lin Chen instantly realized the gap between them. However, the Dean fell into deep thought. Finally, the beautiful woman in red turned and stared at Bai Ruoyan. She shook her head and exclaimed, "Too perfect. There's someone in this world who can control the eternal sacred fire. No wonder she can perfectly match the Godly Flame Palace's Godly Flame Sutra." As soon as he said this, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan's hearts were in turmoil. This woman knew about Bai Ruoyan's Godly Flame Sutra. That was a genuine orange-tier peerless mental cultivation method that Bai Ruoyan had coincidentally obtained from an auction in the cloud state. Even the 6 great false gods did not possess a true orange-tier combat skill, let alone an orange-tier mental cultivation technique. The Divine Flame Heart Sutra actually came from the power behind this woman, the Divine Flame Palace. While Lin Chen was still in shock, the beautiful woman in red saw the two of them holding hands tightly. Her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth curled up in joy. She nodded and praised, "Yen, a perfect match." Not bad, not bad. If these 2 sentences were true, it might cause an even greater uproar when it reached the Divine Flame Palace and the sacred boundary. This was because this red-dressed woman rarely praised any living being. "Little guy, what's your name?" the woman in red asked Lin Chen. He cupped his fists in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Junior Lin Chen greets Senior. Lin Chen, right? I saw your battle with the criminals of the holy prison. Not bad. Cultivate well." Lin Chen's eyebrows twitched. After seeing him shake the 6 great false gods and even kill them as a combat emperor, this woman could still comment on him so calmly. This woman was truly terrifying. "Ha ha ha, little fellow, there's no need to be surprised. The Saints' world has no lack of geniuses. The Saints' world has a history of billions of eras, and far too many extraordinary figures have appeared. Geniuses are like carps in a river. Someone like you might be very strong, but you're far from the strongest." As if she saw through Lin Chen's thoughts, the red-dressed woman laughed loudly. Then, she said, I can suppress the rebellion in the nests of the devil race on this continent, but she and her must follow me back to the sacred boundary and enter the divine flame palace. The woman in red pointed at Shen Lingshuang. She then raised her hand and casually lifted Shen Lingshuang into the air beside her. Lin Chen's heart suddenly sank. She wants to take Sister Ruoyan away. The negotiation was based on the situation where both parties were equal in strength. With the other party's strength, she could easily snatch Bai Ruoyan and Shen Lingshuang away. However, she still chose to negotiate with Lin Chen, which showed her sincerity. However, Lin Chen also had his own position. Just as Lin Chen was about to refuse, Bai Ruoyan beat him to it. Senior, I can go with you, but please help me suppress the devil race in the 9 continents. Sister Ruoyan, Lin Chen's body trembled. Bai Ruoyan stared at him, her beautiful eyes moving gently. She said softly, Brother Lin Chen, I lied to you. My saint flame has already begun to go out of my control. If I don't leave with her, I'm afraid it will soon go out of control. At that time, it will definitely endanger the 9 continents and even you. No. I don't want you to leave. Lin Chen's eyes turned red. He grabbed Bai Ruoyan's white wrist tightly. No one knew where the woman in red would take Bai Ruoyan. What if she coveted her saint flame or body? Who could guarantee where the godly flame palace was? Bai Ruoyan was both touched and conflicted. The woman in red spoke. Little guy, I know you are worried. Don't worry. With me here, no one in the palace can threaten her safety. On the contrary, after your little girlfriend comes to the godly flame palace, she will become the top genius in the sacred boundary. Her potential is immeasurable. If you have any doubts about the godly flame palace's actions, you can come to the sacred boundary. Lin Chen clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as he struggled in pain. Could she guarantee Sister Ruoyan's safety with just one word? No, he, Lin Chen, couldn't trust her. He didn't want to go through the same experience of being possessed by the spirit of Saint Flame. At this moment, the spiritual state began to shake violently again. Violent winds howled and tsunamis rose to the sky. Lin Chen, we don't have any more time. The dean was sweating profusely. If Lin Chen continued, the seal of the demonic eye would be torn apart. Strength, I'm still not strong enough. Even if I don't agree, they can take Sister Ruoyan away with force. I'm still too weak. I can't even protect the people around me. It was the same with the demonic tribe, and it's the same now. Lin Chen made up his mind. After many ups and downs, he finally calmed down. Senior, I hope you will keep your promise. If anything happens to her, I will make the godly flame palace pay the price. Lin Chen's eyes were calm as if he was talking about something normal, but the woman in red was stunned. A moment later, the woman in red laughed. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. You are really interesting. If it weren't for the fact that the godly flame palace doesn't accept male disciples, I would really like to see how far you can go in the future. How many years had it been? There weren't many people in the sacred boundary who dared to threaten her like this. This kid was just a battle emperor realm warrior. He was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. Well, you are a brave little guy. It seems that our agreement is in place. The woman in red raised her jade-like hand, and streaks of red light and red flames that were tens of thousands of meters long instantly condensed and turned into 9 red light mystic seals. They were the size of a palm and emitted an aura that could suppress the universe forever. It seemed that there was a whole universe hidden in the red light mystic seals, which made people's hearts palpitate. The woman in red frowned slightly, seeming to have used up some of her energy. Go. She flicked her jade-like finger, and the 9 red light mystic seals shot across the sky like shooting stars and disappeared instantly. One of the seals shot into the ground where the heavenly spirit battle tower used to be. The trembling of the 9 prefectures suddenly stopped. Chapter 778. The 9 demon eyes released a murderous aura that could destroy everything. It was as deep as the sea, shaking the seal until it cracked. Just as the murderous aura was about to break out of the eyes, a red light seal descended from the sky. It shone with a brilliant divine aura, forming a new seal that suppressed the demon eyes. Boom! Boom! The demon eyes trembled like a mouse that had seen a cat. The murderous aura quickly retreated. After the red light seal flew into the sky, in less than 3 breaths, all the demon eyes in the 9 prefectures stopped rioting. Everything fell silent as if nothing had happened. This method was an eye-opener for everyone present. The dean was astonished and shocked. Lin Chen's heart was as heavy as a mountain. Suppressing the 9 demon eyes in the 9 prefectures by herself, this kind of strength was too terrifying. Those battle emperors who wanted to seek revenge on Lin Chen did not even dare to breathe loudly. I wonder who is stronger between her and the mysterious person from the demon race. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. All right, the seal is complete. There won't be any abnormalities for at least 100 years. This is the limit of what I can do for you. Little girl, come here. The woman in red beckoned to Bai Ruoyan. She was reluctant to leave Lin Chen's side. Her soft lips were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water as she lightly kissed Lin Chen's cheek before flying to the woman in red's side. Lin Chen frowned. Are you leaving immediately? Of course, I came here for her. However, this little girl is an unexpected gain. Moreover, the sacred boundary has a time order created by the gods. The flow of time is different from the mortal world. A year in the sacred boundary is equivalent to a month in the mortal world. Once these words were said, countless people were shocked. In the legendary sacred boundary, even the flow of time was completely different from that of the 9 prefectures. Little brother Lin Chen, if you are worried about me, you should come to the sacred boundary to pick me up earlier. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly. She did not want to see Lin Chen's sad expression. How could he not understand Sister Ruoyan's intention? He pretended to smile and said, of course. I, the most handsome man in the 9 continents, will definitely make those geniuses from the sacred boundary feel ashamed. Then, Lin Chen looked at Shen Lingshuang and said with a smile, little disciple, you also have to work hard on your cultivation. Shen Lingshuang pouted. She felt wronged and unhappy. You've always been concerned about your sister Ruoyan, but you've never cared about me. Where's my opinion? I have a fake master. By the way, Lingshuang, this is the mental cultivation method I left for you. Without saying a word, Lin Chen handed his jade slip of the 9 tribulations of creation to Shen Lingshuang. He had already sincerely decided to accept this girl as his disciple, so he naturally wouldn't keep it for himself. He had engraved the 9 tribulations of creation after the event. The mental cultivation method was a top purple rank, and because of its uniqueness, it could be improved. He did not want anyone else to become Shen Lingshuang's master. This female disciple of the martial sage bloodline, Lin Chen, must have her. In the end, Shen Lingshuang was still a little girl. Lin Chen's coaxing and laughter immediately amused her. After some explanation, Lin Chen also learned that among the spoils of war from killing the false god, there was a space transmission stone that could lead to the sacred boundary. When the woman in red was about to leave with the 2 girls, she smiled meaningfully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, kid, although I can guarantee their safety, there are countless top geniuses in the sacred boundary. If you don't hurry up and become stronger, quickly come to my divine flame palace to take Bai Ruoyan away. Maybe one day, she will be proposed to by a top sage. If the elders of my divine flame palace agree, she might become the woman of another genius. Lin Chen was stunned and cursed. King tricked me. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, kid, I look forward to your performance in the sacred boundary. After the woman in red laughed, she instantly stepped into the air with the 2 girls and disappeared, leaving behind Lin Chen, whose mouth was twitching violently. Damn it, whoever dares to touch my sister Ruoyan, I'll smash them all. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit and anger. Coincidentally, Lin Chen, who was in an extremely bad mood, held the 5 dragons imperial spear in his hand and suddenly shouted at all the invading war emperors. Come on. A bunch of old bastards, I'm very unhappy now. Hurry up and get some idiots to come out and let me beat them up. The war emperor's eyelids twitched wildly. You're crazy. The dean of the Heavenly Song Academy is still there, and a sage is guarding the scene. Who the hell wants to fight with you? In the end, all the invading war emperors fled, and the high-level experts of the fake god alliance were controlled. The hundreds of thousands of years of history of the fake god alliance finally came to an end. Lin Chen also immediately ordered the alliance to build the 100 Sages Ancestral Hall, so that the world would forever remember the achievements of the 100 sages of the ancient times, and not his, Lin Chen's, achievements. Lin Chen's magnanimity and plan made the inheritors of the Saint Tablet extremely touched. Lin Chen's actions were completely to prove the names of the 100 saints and sages of the ancient era, but he didn't care at all that he would be labeled as an eternal sinner. No one was unconvinced by such an open-minded and broad state of mind. However, Lin Chen, who had just finished the battle, fainted immediately after half a day of jumping. Fortunately, the dean was present. After checking, he only found that Lin Chen's mind was in a state of extreme tiredness and he needed to rest for a period of time. Since Lin Chen sneaked into the firmament tower to take back the saint bloodline energy for the dean, he had not had a real rest. Before the arrival of the fake gods, he had been trying his best to become stronger and gain more attribute points. The continuous high-intensity battles with the 6 fake gods had pushed his mental strength to the limit. After Bai Ruoyon's departure, he could not hold on any longer. During this time, no one disturbed Lin Chen. The spiritual state operated according to the dean's arrangement, mourning the deceased, recuperating, and dealing with the fake god alliance. The dean extracted the fate wheels of the reclusive old monsters and the few war emperors who were lucky enough to survive and made them into a special jade slip. This jade slip was connected to the fate wheels or natal palaces of the people who had surrendered to the fake gods. Half of their lives would be in the hands of the spiritual state alliance forever. If they were crushed, their cultivation strength would drop by 90%, which was more terrible than death. In addition, they had to listen to the alliance for 1,000 years before they could regain their freedom. They had to help the forces of the spiritual state and the heavenly state to fight against the fake gods and rebuild their families. 3 days after the battle, the firmament tower of the godly land released a message: hang the head of the fake gods and restore the history of the 100 saints. Lin Chen was the savior of the 9 state. The tower master took action himself. Since the woman in red suppressed the 9 demon eyes, he finally had the time to clean up the 9 state. His prestige was unrivaled in the 9 states. He testified for Lin Chen and led people to uncover the bad deeds of the fake gods in the 9 states, making the world aware of it. Some of the true gods' followers committed suicide, some accepted history, and some waited for a chance to take revenge, but they were all uprooted. Lin Chen's name was famous in the 9 states. Some people called him a sinner, some worshipped him as the savior of the 100 saints, and some people thought that history was divided into 2 parts, which were different from each other. All of these were the most legendary and brilliant strokes in the history of the 9 regions. The head of the fake gods that hung high in the firmament tower symbolized the arrival of a new era. As for whether Lin Chen was a sinner or a savior, it was up to the future generations to judge. In short, the 9 states had a new look under the joint management of the Alliance and the Tower Master. This time, Lin Chen was in a coma for a whole month. When he woke up, he would stir up another storm. Chapter 779. 1 month after the Great Battle, in a room. Yang Qing'er was wearing a green palace dress, looking like an elegant butterfly as she sat beside Lin Chen's bed. "It's been a month, and you're still not awake." According to what that senior said, a year has passed in the sacred boundary. Yang Qing'er's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Lin Chen and mumbled to herself. Suddenly, Lin Chen on the bed reacted. He frowned and looked like he was struggling. He even started to mumble to himself. "No, don't leave me, you're awake." Yang Qing'er hurried over to check on him. Lin Chen was sweating profusely as if he was having a nightmare. He subconsciously hugged Yang Qing'er, who went over to check on him. "Oh," the beauty moaned, but Lin Chen was still yelling in his nightmare. "Don't bring me a banana covered in cream." Yang Qing'er was speechless. What kind of dream is this guy having? I'm fine." After the nightmare, Lin Chen woke up and realized that he was hugging Yang Qing'er. The atmosphere was charming and awkward. Cough, cough, cough. That feels good. Lin Chen didn't know if there was something wrong with his brain. The words that came out of his mouth made Yang Qing'er blush in embarrassment. No matter what, it's good that you're awake." The dean said that he will wait for you in the Qing palace. Yongqing's face was red as she ran out of the room like a frightened rabbit. Lin Chen touched his nose. There was still the lingering fragrance of the beauty beside the bed. She also took care of his basin and towel. Even his clothes were changed into a brand new white robe. It was hard to accept the kindness of a beauty. Hey, my spirit has reached the grand completion stage of the reaching heaven state. Lin Chen found a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect his spirit to break through the limit after passing out. Lin Chen didn't move immediately. Instead, he opened the system. Last time, he was in a hurry outside the starry sky, and his clone was cleaning up the battlefield in the spiritual state. He didn't know how many non-growth attribute light balls he had collected. Heavenly Tao Possession System version 5. 0 host, Lin Chen cultivation level, early stage 8th level War Emperor Realm intermediate battle Chi essence, 35 billion points. Maximum strength, 9 million dragon power, talent boost, 9,500,000, intermediate blood Chi, 26. 5 billion points. Intermediate spiritual power, 41 million points, in the great success phase of the heavenly arrival state, intermediate cultivation method soul essence, 5 billion points, intermediate rune energy, 1 billion points. Heaven's path points, 4 billion, talent points, 2 billion. Intermediate elemental energy, fire 8. 21 million points, earth 7. 9 million points, wood 7. 33 million points, metal 8. 2 million points, water 7. 3 million points, thunder 7. 5 million points, wind 7. 99 million points, light 5. 2 million points, darkness 5. 8 million points. Cultivation method status column, open, bloodline status column, open, passive talent column, open not, ultimate skills column, open not, active talent, blue rank, stealing omen, blue rank, fatal bloodlust, purple rank, superdimensional teleportation, purple rank, ultimate moment, purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, sovereign's descent, quasi-orange rank, absolute life and death, orange rank, instant shadow fragment, 1/2. Characteristic rune column, open not, talent combination skill, fatal bloodlust, superdimensional teleportation, sovereign's descent, absolute life and death. Blank attribute, 350,000 points, can be converted to any attribute at will. 3. 5 billion cultivation method soul essences. There were also more than a billion talent points and 1 billion intermediate rune energy. The attribute points dropped by the false god were indeed heaven-defying. If it weren't for the side effects of the Godslayer, the value would be even higher. There were too many spoils of war this time, so Lin Chen had to check them one by one. First, there was a scroll of dark energy seal, which was the spoils of war from the false god. Special secret manual, innate shadow technique. It can hide in the dark void and hide one's aura. Even a saint wouldn't be able to detect one's aura when one's cultivation is high. Tyrant Mark Sacred Sword. It's a pity that it's severely damaged and can't be used for the time being. Half-orange sword skill, Sword Fury Sky. It's a pity that one needs to be at least a first tribulation combat emperor to be qualified to cultivate it. These 2 red blood crystals are very strange. They can't be refined or absorbed, so I can only keep them for now. It seems to be related to the dragon race. This red satin was also obtained from the false god. I have 2 pieces now, but I don't know how to use them. Other than the innate shadow technique that Lin Chen could cultivate, the other spoils of war couldn't be touched. Only the last piece of Tianyin odd crystal fragment was left. This odd crystal has a yin evil energy. I might not be able to refine it with my strength. Secondly, in my 9 tribulations creation cultivation method, the 9 tribulations combat body doesn't belong to the yin battle chi. If I forcibly refine it, there might be a problem. Lin Chen frowned. He was really envious of the energy of this odd crystal, but this was an odd crystal with yin as its main attribute and water as its secondary attribute. The consequences of forcibly refining it were unknown. But I can try the decomposition function. Lin Chen activated the decomposition function and decomposed the odd crystal fragment. Consumed 5 million heaven path points to decompose low-grade odd crystal fragment. Obtained special attribute values: yin evil energy 5 million points, intermediate water energy 35 million points. Condensed attribute values were injected into Lin Chen's body. His water calamity battle body crazily surged with endless power, as if it was about to break through with irresistible force. Damn! 35 million intermediate water energy points. Lin Chen was almost scared to death. The average value of my 9 elements is only 7 million. Oh my god, the water calamity combat body's power has skyrocketed several times. It's much stronger than the other calamity combat bodies. The power of the odd crystal once again amazed Lin Chen. The yin evil energy is the special attribute value of the blue rank Shorekill skill, Tianyan Ice Corrosion. Damn! After counting the spoils of war, Lin Chen began to count the gains from the attribute treasure chest. Purple rank passive talent, Assault. If the host launches a sneak attack, the attack will be increased by 100% × 300%. If the host attacks from behind, the attack will be increased by 50%. Note: this talent determines whether there is a sneak attack effect. It depends on whether the sneak attack target has discovered the host or the host's attack. It can be activated when one condition is met. Bloodline ability, Myriad Devouring Art. Originated from the power of the immemorial Kuan Peng. It can devour everything and turn it into its own power. It can consume the technique essence to inherit. Low-grade spirit plant seed, Clear Jade Tree Seed. It can absorb the heaven and earth chi to cultivate spirit plants. There were also 10 golden Saint Origin coins. Lin Chen didn't know what this thing and the Clear Jade Tree Seed were for. But the gains this time were super bountiful. Assault can be combined with my heavenly invisibility rune. It will definitely play a role at the critical moment. If the innate shadow art I obtained is combined with this rune, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. The concealment secret manual combined with the assault talent was a perfect combination. System: I want to learn the Myriad Devouring Art and the innate shadow art. Consuming 190 million mid-grade technique essence points. Starting to learn a specific technique and bloodline ability. Endless inheritance memories flooded into his mind. Lin Chen easily controlled them with his mind power at the great accomplishment stage of the Heaven Ascension state. He quickly integrated and connected them. In the past, even if Lin Chen had obtained these techniques, it would have been difficult for him to cultivate them. Just the massive number of technique essence points alone was enough to stop him from progressing further. Even after robbing all of Jojo, Lin Chen had only obtained slightly more than 100 million mid-grade technique essence points. Now, he had 3.5 billion points. This was all thanks to the fake god. The more dangerous the battle, the greater the opportunity for Lin Chen. Chapter 780. In less than 2 days, Lin Chen perfectly learned the 10,000 devouring bloodline ability and the innate shadow spell. In fact, Lin Chen could only learn this bloodline ability because he possessed the powerful double dragon bloodline. This bloodline ability was engraved in the genes of the bloodline, and it was not something an ordinary human could learn. If I can obtain a top-notch devouring bloodline attribute in the future, I might be able to unleash the 10,000 devouring to the extreme. Lin Chen silently savored this sacred art in his heart. Thereafter, he released the 2 headless bodies. The headless bodies sparkled with holy light. Even though they were sealed, there was still a holy light shining from the treasures. These were the 2 remaining fake god bodies. Lin Chen summoned the Dragon Emperor, activated the bloodline, and activated the 10,000 devouring. Roar tilde. The dragon head breathed out and spun into a pitch-black hole. The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and swallowed the bodies of the 2 fake deities into the hole. Kaboom tilde. Shockwaves surged out of the Dragon Emperor's body, and Lin Chen allowed the Dragon Emperor to activate the 10,000 devouring ability. That remnant pressure that belonged to the Saint Realm was finally eliminated by the 10,000 devouring. Under normal circumstances, this remnant Saint aura was enough to explode any level 7 ferocious beast. Success. This ability can devour any energy regardless of rank. It really works. Even though the two fake god bodies had their holy bloodline energy shattered, they were still great nourishment for the Dragon Emperor. Lin Chen was very satisfied after absorbing the Dragon Emperor into his body. Once he perfectly refined these two bodies, the Dragon Emperor would definitely reach a higher level, and he would have an additional cultivation path. In the Qing Palace, one person was kneeling, and one person was standing. The one kneeling was the fake god Mo Tianji. When the woman in red from the Godly Flame Palace arrived at the spiritual state, he was thrown into the academy. He was only discovered by the dean when he was cleaning up the battlefield. The shock in his heart was no less than when he sealed the 9 demon eyes. Mo Tianji's cultivation was crippled, and his broken saintly body was sealed. The dean kept him here, waiting for Lin Chen to wake up and deal with him. Don't kill me. I know many of the sacred boundaries' secret treasures and saint treasures. I can take you there and help you recover your saint body. How about it? I'm also a saint-level fortune teller, so I can help you break through to the peak of your cultivation. Mo Tianji used a pleading tone to bewitch the dean. The hidden resentment in his eyes did not escape the dean's notice. He knew that if he allowed Lin Chen to deal with him, he would definitely die. After exchanging blows with this young man, he was fully aware of the strength of this young man's temperament and willpower. The corner of the dean's mouth curled up into a sneer. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my Heavenly Song Academy? The dean's gaze fell on the corner beside the entrance of the Qing Palace Hall. He was surprised and suspicious. Ha ha ha, Dean, it's me. A dark shadow twisted in the darkness. Lin Chen slowly walked out. The president was shocked. This little guy had another fortuitous encounter. Even he could not see his exact whereabouts and aura. He did not even know when he entered the hall. He could only vaguely sense a trace of his aura. Lin Chen's mouth curled up. He had purposely released a trace of his aura for the dean to discover him. The innate shadow secret art is indeed amazing. Even the dean did not discover me. It's just that the speed at which it consumes the dark element battle chi is too terrifying. With my cultivation, I can only maintain it for half an hour. This guy is not dead. As Lin Chen was calculating in his mind, he saw Mo Tianji and immediately glared at him. When Mo Tianji saw Lin Chen, his heart skipped a beat. Dean, what's the situation? The dean shook his head and laughed. He briefly explained Mo Tianji's situation. Good boy, you almost got away. Lin Chen was alarmed. If Mo Tianji got away, there would be no end of trouble for the 9 prefectures. Even if he was on the verge of death, Lin Chen did not doubt the threat of a saint-level fortune teller. He was even more terrifying than a saint-level fortune teller. If he did not predict the future, the 6 fake gods would not know that the boundary-suppressing sacred steles of the spirit state were the least. If he did not observe the weakest areas of the 3 boundary-suppressing sacred steles, they would not have been able to break through the defense line of the spirit state so quickly. This showed the threat of a saint-level fortune teller. Lin Chen, don't kill me. We still have room for discussion. Mo Tianji hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Chen went up and kicked him in the face. Discussion your head. F***CK. Starting a war, allying with the demon tribe to frame the 9 prefectures' sages, deceiving the world and covering up history. You even created a fake god family to play with people's lives. It won't be enough even if I kill you 10,000 times. Lin Chen sealed most of his dragon power and violently beat Mo Tianji up. He beat Mo Tianji into a pig's head and made him cry out in pain. Then, he grabbed Mo Tianji and left the hall. The dean shook his head and laughed. Countless students and instructors gathered at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. The experts who died in the war were buried here. Some were the family heads of the ancient families, some were the elders and instructors of the academy, and some were young students. Their last wishes before they died in the war were surprisingly the same. If they could win the war, they wanted to be buried together with everyone who died in the war. A sea of flowers swayed, and the Cloud Mountain was covered with white chrysanthemums, forget-me-nots, and apricots. Countless people came here to pray and mourn for these warriors. Suddenly, the quiet Cloud Mountain was shrouded in a commotion. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. It was Lin Chen. He dragged a blood-soaked figure with a terrified expression. Along the way, countless people saw that person's face and dragged him up to the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Standing on the peak of the Cloud Mountain, Lin Chen faced everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, this is one of the 6 fake gods who harmed the 9 prefectures. Today, I will use his blood to pay tribute to our fallen comrade." Lin Chen's words caused a huge commotion. This person was one of the famous fake gods. "No, don't. Lin Chen, doing this won't do you any good. I still have many treasures in the sacred boundary. I can give them to you and help you break through to the Saint Realm or even higher. If you kill me like this, it won't do you any good." Mo Tianji still didn't give up, but he was really anxious this time. He had lived for millions of years, but he couldn't figure out what Lin Chen was thinking. Why did he have to kill him? There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefit. Could it be that the value and benefits of a Saint Realm fortune teller wasn't enough to exchange for his life? He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. This time, everyone stared at Lin Chen on the peak of the Cloud Mountain. He held the dragon radiant saber in his hand and his gaze was cold. In this world, there are things more important than benefits and power. Unfortunately, you won't understand because you are no longer human. Lin Chen looked at the Cloud Mountain and the mountains and rivers. He seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to someone. "Everyone, have a safe journey. I, Lin Chen, am not a savior. The 9 prefectures are lucky to have heroes like you. Thank you for protecting this continent." After he finished speaking, Lin Chen took a deep breath and raised his saber. He gathered his dragon power. Mo Tianji's pupils shrank. He regretted it. Why did he attack the 9 prefectures? Why did he provoke this guy? With his strength as a Saint Realm fortune teller, it should have been easy for him to calculate this fate. Unfortunately, Mo Tianji didn't know before he died that Lin Chen didn't belong to this world or this universe. His fate was empty. Apart from himself, no one could calculate his fate. Rumble. Kai. Terrifying waves of air surged as Lin Chen slashed down with his saber. Clang. The dragon radiant saber chopped off Mo Tianji's head. A crack appeared on the blade and blood spilled on the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Everyone who witnessed this scene was in awe. Lin Chen's eyes were teary as he let out a deep breath. "Elder Yuan, Elder Han Shuzi, have a safe journey." Lin Chen hung Mo Tianji's corpse and head high on the peak of the Cloud Mountain. He wanted to remember this history and remind the world not to forget this war. Chapter 781. The news of killing Mo Tianji spread throughout the 9 prefectures in just one day. Lin Chen said his final goodbyes to everyone in the academy. "Little guy, are you sure you want to go to the sacred boundary so soon?" The dean asked worriedly. He knew the dangers of the sacred boundary better than anyone in the 9 prefectures. It was a world where the martial arts civilization was at its peak. The 9 prefectures was just a drop in the ocean compared to it. In the dean's opinion, Lin Chen's talent was extraordinary. He could cultivate in the 9 prefectures for a while more before going up. "Time doesn't wait for me. Everyone in class 66 has been up there for more than 2 months. They have been in the sacred boundary for more than 2 years. I have to hurry up." Lin Chen smiled. Then, he said seriously, "Moreover, just as you said, the danger of the 9 prefectures is not over yet." That's right. The survival of the 9 prefectures was still in danger. The woman from the Divine Flame Palace had only sealed the 9 demon eyes for 100 years. After 100 years, the demons in the demon's den could still rush out of the 9 prefectures. The only way to permanently seal the demon eyes was to use the special weapon in the sacred boundary's holy prison, the 9 Shaw nails. Only by going to the holy prison and inserting the 9 Shaw nails into the demon eyes could this problem be solved forever. Secondly, Lin Chen also needed to go to the holy prison to find the dean's friend, Ying Tianya, for the other incomplete part of the Tai Heaven concealing technique. Only he knew the whereabouts of the other incomplete parts of the technique. In order to become stronger, Lin Chen was determined to get the Tai Heaven concealing technique. Whether it was for the survival of the 9 prefectures or to become stronger in the future, Lin Chen had to go to the sacred boundary's holy prison. Above his head, There was still a mysterious person from the Devil Cultivator. He was at least as strong as the woman from the Divine Flame Palace. Moreover, Lin Chen was worried about Bai Ruoyan, Leng Yueqi, and the others. He couldn't wait any longer. Knowing that Lin Chen was leaving, everyone couldn't help but feel sad. Especially Ling Ruxue, Mu Qianqiu, Nangong Yuyan, and other women who admired Lin Chen. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Lin Chen took out a bronze mirror and said solemnly when he saw that the atmosphere in the hall had become somewhat tense. Oh no, things might be a little serious. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something big was going to happen before he left? What's wrong, little guy? Shen Lianyun hurriedly asked. Lin Zun rubbed his chin and said seriously while looking at himself in the mirror. I think I've become more handsome. Oh no, with my handsomeness, if I go to the sacred boundary, how many women will suffer? Everyone nearly fainted. Yang Qing'er and the other beauties couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone, your handsome guy will definitely come back. Lin Chen crushed the sacred boundary space transmission stone that he had obtained from the false deity. A space radiance appeared above his head, and Lin Chen was sucked into it. Haha, let's wait quietly for the return of the legend of the 9 states. The dean sat in the hall and chuckled. Because of Lin Chen's outstanding performance in the battle with the false deity, he could live for at least another 500 years. Moreover, the Tower Master of the Firmament Pagoda would take care of the spiritual state, and the 9 states would be safe. The Void Passage was like a winding white dragon. Lin Chen was pulled by a mysterious force of space and swept out of the starry sky. In the space passage, the starry sky outside was clearly visible. There were flowing fire, falling stars, splitting wind, and some huge planets and continental plates. The vast starry sky was dazzling, and Lin Chen couldn't take it all in. These beautiful sceneries seemed to be right in front of him, but in fact, they were extremely far away. What Lin Chen saw might be the light they emitted millions of years ago. I'm afraid it will take a while to arrive. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. The sacred boundary was extremely far away from the continents of the 9 states and other mortal worlds. He couldn't reach it in a short time. Finally, I can update the system. He clicked on the system and saw the list on the screen. Estimated functions of version 6.0, expansion of cultivation technique learning function, can be used by others, etc. Added the most powerful strengthening function in history, cultivation technique strengthening, combat weapon strengthening, mental cultivation technique strengthening. The highest level of strengthening can be +13. Added consumable attribute points, strengthening points, which can be used to strengthen functions. System requirements for version 6.0, 200 million intermediate cultivation technique essence, 50 million heavenly Tao points, 50 million talent points. Host, are you sure you want to update? Although Lin Chen didn't dare to say that he didn't care about these attribute points, he could afford them. Lin Chen wasn't arrogant. He knew that his 1 billion rune energy and talent points were his life-saving trump cards in the sacred boundary. Without the 2 orange-grade talents, it would be extremely difficult for him to even face a 5 Tribulation Battle Emperor. Yes, Lin Chen ordered. The system shut down, and a progress bar popped up, 0, 1%. 0, 2%. During the system update, Lin Chen took out a green seed. What exactly is this spiritual plant of fate? The green seed was called the Clear Jade Tree Seed. Lin Chen obtained it from a 5-light supreme treasure chest after killing a false god. The item from a treasure chest of this level was definitely extraordinary. Lin Chen tried watering it with spiritual water, piling up spiritual crystals, and burning spiritual energy, but there was no significant effect. What the hell is this thing? Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He felt like he had obtained a treasure but didn't know what to do with it. He simply ran his mental cultivation technique and transferred a wisp of wood tribulation and water tribulation battle chi. Suddenly, the green seed shone brightly. Hey! There's a reaction. Lin Chen was shocked. This seed was absorbing his 9 tribulations battle chi. Lin Chen increased his strength and didn't feel tired at all. Time ticked by. During the time when the space passage moved to the sacred boundary, Lin Chen had been instilling his 9 tribulations battle chi into the clear jade tree seed. The speed at which the clear jade tree seed absorbed battle chi increased as it grew. During this time, Lin Chen even took a few pills because his battle chi was exhausted. In the end, he even used ultimate restoration 3 times. Finally, on the 15th day, the clear jade tree seed sprouted and gave birth to a green sprout. Damn it, it's only just sprouted after absorbing so much of my battle chi. If it grows into a tree, it'll take ages. Lin Chen's mouth twitched violently. Just as he was thinking about whether to continue feeding this prodigal thing, a dazzling light shone in front of him. When he turned to look, Lin Chen was stunned. It was an incomparably vast galaxy. No, to be precise, it was a little like a rotating astrolabe. There were countless spatial planes, planets, and continents in the astrolabe. With his purple-gold eyes, Lin Chen could see some spatial latitude and longitude that connected the infinite planes together. At the center of the latitude and longitude was a vast star domain. That's the sacred boundary. Lin Chen was shocked. And in the star domain, the limit of what Lin Chen could see with his cultivation was the dark ancient tower with a murderous aura. It seemed to go straight to the 9 heavens, like something from the desolate ancient civilization. Words couldn't describe its magnificence. At the top of the ancient tower, there were 2 large and fierce words engraved on it. Holy Prison. There seemed to be a few faint shadows of palaces standing on top of the ancient tower. Lin Chen could also see some shooting stars falling into the astrolabe from time to time. Those were living beings like him who had used the space transmission stone to go to the sacred boundary. Almost at the same time when he saw the sacred boundary, a screen popped up in his mind. Heavenly Path Possessor System version 6.0 has been successfully updated. The system has been opened. New functions are now online. Chapter 782. The new version of the system had just been updated. The spatial tunnel fell rapidly, and Lin Chen lost his footing. He immediately put away the clear jade seed and activated 3-inch calamity. The falling speed became faster and faster. Finally, with a boom, a blinding white light illuminated the entire world. Lin Chen's defense was torn apart, and his robes were torn apart. Sacred Boundary, 36 regions. Mystic Region, Nantian House, in a deep and elegant palace. The upper-class lady, Nan Qingyun, sat on the windowsill in the palace. Her face was as cold as ice, and she was very unhappy. Her husband, who had married into the family, dared to suspect that she had cuckolded him, and even sent people to follow her. This time, I'll pretend to go back to my mother's home for 10 days. I want to see what kind of tricks he can play after marrying into the family. Nan Qingyun specially sent the maids away, leaving the palace empty. It was rare for her to calm down for a while. At this time, in Nantian House's jade tree garden, a spatial light beam broke open, and a certain Lin rolled out in a sorry state, his robes torn, and fell into the back garden. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, this last step actually requires the use of holy power to enter the sacred boundary safely. Luckily, I reacted quickly and jumped out of the spatial tunnel in time. F***CK. Just as he finished cursing, he felt the space around him compress a lot, and the pressure on his body became even stronger. However, the strange phenomenon caused by space didn't attract Lin Chen's attention. Instead, the attribute light balls all over the ground in the garden attracted his attention. So many, so big. This jade tree, I like it. Some of the attribute light balls in the garden were blue and white. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen a dual-colored attribute light ball. Lin Chen bent down to pick up the blue and white attribute light balls. The system screen popped up, obtained 12 strengthening points. This is actually an strengthening point. Lin Chen was overjoyed, but he immediately realized the situation that he was in. He immediately activated the innate dark shadow spell and turned into a black shadow, disappearing without a trace. Who knows where this place is? I can't easily release the Azure Dragon. After collecting the attribute light balls, I'll leave. After hiding his aura, Lin Chen quickly collected the attribute light balls in the garden. The high attribute value made him wild with joy. Lin Chen picked them up all the way from the courtyard to the palace. Obtained 40,000 fire energy, 30,000 water energy, 60,000 wood energy, 30,000 metal energy, 89. 99 million battle aura essence, 39 strengthening points, 150,000 talent points, obtained 200,000 cultivation technique soul essences, 100,000 heavenly Tao points, 10,000 mental energy points. The quality of these attribute light balls far exceeded the level of the harvest in the 9 regions. After collecting all the attribute light balls in the palace, Lin Chen discovered that he had arrived at a purple pavilion. The materials used to build the palace are not ordinary. They should be from a rich family. I've just arrived at the sacred boundary, so it would be best if I could find some information about the sacred boundary. It would be even better if I could find a map. Lin Chen pushed open the door and entered a secret room called the Purple Jade Room. In the main hall of the palace, a group of aggressive figures barged into the palace. The middle-aged man in the lead wore a green robe and had a cold expression on his face. Seeing this, the upper-class woman, Nan Qingyun, sneered. She slowly stood up and walked to the door. "Hehe, you found me so quickly? You even brought so many people with you?" Nan Qingyun sneered when she saw that the maid outside the palace had been knocked out by him. "Zhong Yunqi, have you forgotten your identity as the one who married into my family? How dare you behave so atrociously in my maiden home?" Nan Qingyun glared at them with her almond-shaped eyes. Her aura was piercingly cold. She unleashed her 9th-level combat emperor cultivation, causing the group of people to stop in their tracks. The green-robed man, Zhong Yunqi, immediately put on a smile and said, "Madam, I'm just worried about you. This little maid doesn't know the rules and didn't let me in. I had no choice but to use force." "Force? Are you in a hurry to see if I'm cheating on you? You sent people to follow me all the time?" Nan Qingyun was burning with anger. Zhong Yunqi smiled apologetically and went over to hug his madam's slender waist. "Madam, don't be angry. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Let's go back." After he finished speaking, Zhong Yunqi gave a signal to the other black-robed men beside him. 3 of them were about to rush into the palace. "All of you, stop right there." Nan Qingyun angrily rebuked the 3 of them. She pulled Zhong Yunqi's ear, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch in pain. Nan Qingyun pulled him into a room in the palace and sneered while pulling his ear. "Don't you like to catch adulterers? How can you let your subordinates do such a thing? Shouldn't I let you know personally? Come. Let me tell you. Do you know that there's a handsome man hiding in my palace? He's my kept man." After she finished speaking, Nan Qingyun pushed open the doors of the palace and brought Zhong Yunqi to each room. As she searched, she couldn't help but vent the anger in her heart. "You sent people to follow me for a few years, didn't you? Fine, I'll show you how handsome my little lover is today. Little lover, where are you? Hey, where's my little lover?" Nan Qingyun released all the resentment that she had accumulated over the years after being followed. She laughed in a strange manner. "Do you know, Zhong Yunqi, my male lover is handsome and carefree. He's tall and straight. He's handsome but doesn't lose his youthfulness. He's handsome and flirtatious. He's young and elegant. Most importantly, he's also very good at fighting. He's a man that's 1 in a trillion. He's only 20 years old and he's already a combat emperor. His talent is peerless, and he's also a body-refining emperor. His body's quality is really excellent. He can last for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. He can serve me so comfortably. TSK. That feeling. When a woman's temper flared up, she was a completely unreasonable creature. The corner of Zhong Yunqi's mouth twitched violently. The 3 subordinates behind him were crazily trying to hold back their laughter. However, they had received professional training and wouldn't easily laugh out loud. Nan Qingyun continued to mock and ridicule Zhong Yunqi as she dragged him to check every room in the palace. Zhong Yunqi took the opportunity to check them one by one. He didn't find any signs of life at all. Only then did he realize that his madam was just speaking in a fit of anger. Nan Qingyun pretended to suddenly realize something. "Hey, where's my little lover? He was just playing with me with his sexy little chest exposed. Where did he go? Oh, he might be at the top of the palace. Zhong Yunqi immediately held onto his madam and said with a gentle expression, "Madam, don't make a fuss. Normally, people don't climb so high." Nan Qingyun sneered in a strange manner, "Who knows? What if he grew wings? Hurry up and climb up for me and find my little lover." Zhong Yunqi helplessly waved his hand and ordered the three men in black, "You guys can go up." Slap. Nan Qingyun slapped Zhong Yunqi and a crisp sound rang out. "Zhong Yunqi, you really have the face to ask people to go up, huh?" Zhong Yunqi's eyelids twitched wildly as he forcefully suppressed his anger. He cursed in his heart as he smiled and said, "Then I won't go up." Nan Qingyun sneered with her hands behind her back. "How can that be? If you don't go up, how can you prove my innocence?" Zhong Yunqi, the professional men in black were expressionless, but their breaths were slightly shaky. Finally, they reached the last purple jade room. Outside the room, Zhong Yunqi completely admitted defeat. He held on to his madam's hand and lowered his head. Okay. Madam, I was wrong. I was very wrong. I deserve to die. I was wrong." He was indeed a very suspicious man. However, his madam was still the person in charge of the entire organization. If he wanted to climb up, he still had to look at his madam's face. "What did you do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't even look at this room. How do you know that I didn't steal a man?" Nan Qingyun was all smiles. "You are an important person who will become the prefecture lord in 2 years. How can you be wrong? You didn't even look at this room, so how do you know that you were wrong? What if my little lover is in this room?" There was no one in this purple jade room. Zhong Yunqi had already sensed it when he was 1,000 feet away. There was no aura of a living person at all. Seeing that his madam was still angry, Zhong Yunqi lowered his head and apologized. "Madam, I really know that I was wrong this time. Please forgive me this time. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Clear Cloud Manor is still waiting for you to return and take charge of the situation." Nan Qingyun's expression finally softened a little. She sneered and said, "Tell me, you were wrong." Zhong Yunqi smiled apologetically. "My mistake was," before he could finish speaking, a young man's excited shout came from inside the purple jade room. "This is too good." Zhong Yunqi was stunned. The three men in black laughed out loud. Nan Qingyun looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face was full of shock. In the next moment, Zhong Yunqi's face turned the color of pig poop as he gritted his teeth. "My mistake was you stinky bee *tch. Chapter 783. Lin Chen snuck into Ziyu's room and was surprised to find 3 scrolls that introduced the foundations of the 36 regions of the sacred boundary. Lin Chen was engrossed in them after reading a little. The sects of the sacred boundary were divided into 9 grade. First grade was the weakest, and 9th grade was the strongest. There was also a 3rd grade sect in the mystic realm, Iceheart Palace. Iceheart Palace was one of the sects that had sent an envoy to the 9 states. This sect had recruited Lung Yueqi and Su Lan. What made Lin Chen even more ecstatic was an ancient book called The Conditions for Nurturing and Producing Spirit Plants of Providence. It recorded what exactly spirit plants of providence were. Spirit plants of providence were one of the most valuable spirit plants in the sacred boundary. There were so many experts in the sacred boundary that even the 36 regions of the 9 states could not compare to a 3rd grade sect. The number of 4th grade sects in the sacred boundary and below was in the tens of thousands. What kind of concept was this? According to the common sense of the 9 states, the world did not have so many resources to support the birth of so many experts, and spirit plants of providence were the key to this. They were one of the main roots of the martial arts civilization in the sacred boundary. They could absorb the providence of heaven and earth and a small amount of energy to nourish their growth. After they grew, spirit plants of providence would produce a huge amount of resources, endless natural treasures, and top-notch medicinal herb. Even the lowest low-grade spirit plants of providence could only be obtained by 2nd grade sects. 2nd grade sects had at least one Saint Realm expert. The clear jade tree in Lin Chen's hand was the seed of a low-grade spirit plant of providence. As long as he could nourish it and grow it, Lin Chen would have enough cultivation resources to support the development of an entire 2nd grade or 3rd grade sect. It would be more than all the cultivation resources in the 9 states combined. This is too good. Lin Chen let out an excited roar. He did not even dare to think about it. He did not expect that killing a fake god would result in such a heaven-defying treasure. Damn, I was too complacent. I didn't even know that the Dark Calamity battle chi was used up. Lin Chen realized that the innate shadow art had been dispelled, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air outside the room. Bang tilde. The door was blasted open, and a figure rushed straight at Lin Chen like a streak of light. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chen activated his 9 Tribulations battle body, accumulated his 9,500,000 dragon power points, and punched back. Bang tilde. Fist and palm collided. The palace shook, nearly collapsing. The shockwaves sent a massive number of books tumbling over. As their gazes met, Zhong Yunqi discovered that the youth's robes had been torn apart. Outside Ziyu's room, Nan Qingyun and the 3 black-clothed men were dumbfounded. Sizing him up a little, the young man's figure was tall and straight. Under the torn clothes, the streamlined muscles were faintly outlined, almost perfect. Looking at his face again, his eyebrows were like light feathers, and his eyes were like bright stars under the starry sky. There was a hint of a domineering aura between his brows, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was a handsome young man, but there was a bit of arrogance and wildness in his spirit. Even men would be jealous when they saw him. A battle emperor in his early 20s, and he is really a body-refining battle emperor who cultivates both battle and body. Zhong Yunqi was burning with jealousy. After the previous exchange, he had already sensed Lin Chen's pure strength, which was as strong as an ancient beast. He was 100% sure that the gigolo was this kid. He really didn't expect that Nan Qingyun would dare to steal a man under his nose. She was actually so arrogant just now and even dared to bring him around the entire palace. Did she really not take him, who had married into her family, seriously? Nan Qingyun was confused. What was going on? She had clearly dismissed everyone in her palace. Why did such a talented young man sneak in? What was even more frightening was that he perfectly met all the conditions she had mentioned just now. What the hell? What the hell was going on in broad daylight? Seeing that the atmosphere was heavy, Lin Chen revealed a harmless and sunny smile. Well, brother, don't mind me. I was just passing by your head. Let's attack together and chop off this kid's limbs first. Lin Chen's mouth twitched violently. His purple phoenix wings flapped with purple flames, and he immediately used Silent Step to teleport. He instantly teleported out of Ziyu's room. F*ck, he really does have wings. The black-clothed man was shocked. Is this the time to be impressed? Chase after him. Zhong Yunqi waved his hand. Seeing the flustered Nan Qingyun, he sneered, "You're playing a good show. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." Nan Qingyun's face turned red. "I didn't." "Bullshit. You already have wings and you're still telling me you didn't." F*ck. Lin Chen flew at a crazy speed, and the 3 9th-level combat emperors behind him were gradually shaken off. He had already obtained the information he wanted, so he couldn't stay here for long. He had just arrived at the sacred boundary and wasn't familiar with it yet. It wasn't the time to cause trouble. I'm currently in the mysterious territory's Azure Rainbow City, which is less than 8,000 li away from the Ice Heart Palace. I'll go there first to confirm Sister Yuechi's situation. To the south of Azure Rainbow City, the Ice Heart Palace was located in the Heavenly Frost Mountain Range. The terrain was blessed by the heavens and was rich in spirit chi. There were many palaces in the mountain range. The Ice Heart Palace was a third-grade sect with more than 1 million disciples and countless geniuses. There were even true disciples who were nominated for the Sacred Boundaries Genius ranking. What? You said our senior sister Lang Yuechi is one of your people? F*ck. Little brother, how many cups did you drink last night? You wouldn't be this drunk if you just ate a dish. Get out of the way. My urine is yellow. I'll wake him up. You said you're Lin Chen? I've never heard of you. Ha ha ha. Where did this wild brat come from? Senior sister Lang Yuechi has the 9 absolute frost meridians and is a true disciple of our Ice Heart Palace. How can a wild brat like you know her? Are you trying to use her name to infiltrate our Ice Heart Palace and scheme against us? Get out of here. Don't ask for a beating. At the entrance of the mountain range, a few 9th-level Yuan Venerate male disciples who were guarding the entrance sneered at Lin Dong, whose clothes were in tatters. F***CK. Didn't those T sacred boundary messengers say that their forces will always welcome me? Why is this different from what they said? Lin Chen was speechless. Just as he was about to explain, a cold voice was heard. What's the matter? Why are you making such a ruckus? Clouds moved as a spirit crane arrived. 3 young men and women stood proudly on the back of the spirit crane. The young man in the lead carried a sword and had a cold and arrogant expression. Oh my God, it's a true disciple who has returned from a mission. Senior brother Bing Tianzi is here as well. We are nominal disciples. Greetings, senior brother Bing Tianzi. The guards immediately cupped their fists respectfully. One of them pointed at Lin Chen and reported respectfully, Senior brother Bing Tianzi, this person said that senior sister Leng Yueqi is his woman. We were just about to teach him a lesson. Oh! Bing Tianzi raised his eyebrows as he scanned Lin Chen. His expression gradually turned cold. However, Lin Chen could see through him with a single glance. A late-stage 8th-level combat emperor under the age of 400. The other 2 aren't weak either. The foundation of a 3rd-grade sect is indeed as strong as recorded in the ancient books. Lin Chen thought to himself. Bing Tianzi leaped down with his 3-foot-long sword. Junior sister Leng Yueqi is a true disciple of our Ice Heart Palace. No one can humiliate her. Cripple your arms, cut off your tongue, kneel down and apologize. Then, you can keep your life. The Ice Son of Heaven was being aggressive, but Lin Chen just casually laughed. Hey, you aren't as handsome as me. Why are you even more arrogant than me? Chapter 784. Fat. This person is quite interesting. The petite beauty on the spirit crane covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, this Prince of Ice clearly admires junior sister Leng Yueqi, but he wants to find an excuse to punish others. Another long-haired senior sister shook her head. Senior sister, should we help him? Don't worry, this person is not simple. The Prince of Ice wants to test him. In the sacred boundary, being handsome is useless. Don't think that you can be presumptuous here just because you have some brute strength. Today, I'll take care of you on behalf of junior sister Yueqi. Clang. The sword was unsheathed and turned into a dragon's roar. The cold light sealed 1,000 miles. The Prince of Ice was full of vigor and coldness. The in-name disciples' expressions all changed. No one expected the Prince of Ice to draw his sword directly. He was a true disciple, and only true disciples of the same level could make him draw his sword. Clang. The 5-colored dragon light entwined, and the 5 dragons' imperial spear blocked the sword, stirring up a wave of cold air. Cold crystals floated in the surroundings, and a group of in-name disciples were directly sent flying by the aftershock. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. Drawing your sword as soon as you meet. You're really despicable enough. You're indeed a body-refining barbarian. How dare you insult junior sister Yueqi? Die. Icicle 14 swords. The Prince of Ice could see that Lin Chen's body was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be able to use his own sword. The superior grade stage 7 dragon ice sword in his hand formed 5 ice sword flowers and suddenly stabbed toward 5 directions of Lin Chen. His attack was full of killing intent. What a showy swordsmanship. Break. Lin Chen was bold and domineering. The 5-colored dragon spear violently slashed down, and his spear technique was so domineering that it exploded the ice sword flowers. Although Lin Chen didn't cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of the other party making a move. He immediately turned the tables and rushed toward the Prince of Ice like an angry dragon flying into the sky. He used his spear technique to attack the Prince of Ice. Damn, is it true? He can actually fight against senior brother Prince of Ice? It's a body refinement emperor. His strength is very strong, and his spear technique is even more domineering. He's not inferior to many true disciples. The nominal disciple sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat looked like a beggar. Besides being handsome, there was nothing special about him. How could he fight evenly with a true disciple of a third-grade sect? The level 6 spirit crane was constantly pushed back by the aftershock of the battle. The two girls were shocked. To be able to fight evenly with the Prince of Ice with just pure strength and a spear technique, how amazing. It's not that simple. The Prince of Ice is one of junior sister Yu Chi's fanatical admirers. He won't let this go. He might use his top purple level sword art in this battle. Lin Chen did not intend to reveal his trump card. He did not even use the 9 calamities of creation mental cultivation method, let alone the 7 transformations. He wanted to test just how extraordinary this war emperor of the sacred boundary was. Clang tilde. After receiving another attack, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately connected to the system. System, I want to activate the strengthening function to strengthen my weapon, the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear. Consumed 5 strengthening points. Strengthening plus 1 5 Dragons Imperial Spear successful. Power increase, 10%. Consumed 8 strengthening points. Strengthening plus 2 5 Dragons Imperial Spear successful. Power increase, 10%. Consumed 11 strengthening points. Lin Chen was still strengthening the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear while fighting with the Prince of Ice. In an instant, the battle had attracted the attention of hundreds of disciples who were passing by. Even the elders were alarmed. Where did this brat come from? He can actually fight with the Prince of Ice for more than 100 rounds. Interesting. Elder Mo Jingyu, who was standing at the top of the hall, was very curious. Consumed 69 strengthening points. Strengthening plus 11 5 Dragons Imperial Spear successful. Power increase, 30%. Consumed 78 strengthening points. Strengthening failed. The level of strengthening remains unchanged. Consumed 78 strengthening points. Strengthening plus 12 5 Dragons Imperial Spear successful. Power increase, 30%. Strengthening plus 12 successful. The grade of the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear did not increase. Within the 5-colored dragon light, the tip of the spear had a dark green luster. Unable to take down Lin Chen after a long battle, the Prince of Ice's face turned red as if he had been humiliated. The aura of his sword surged as he roared. Ice Dragon Slaying Sword. The sword slashed horizontally, and the cold air rose. Streaks of ice battle chi swirled and condensed into an ice dragon head that was more than 100 feet long. The dragon head emitted a sharp sword aura and charged towards Lin Chen. Ice Dragon Slaughter. Isn't that senior brother Bing Tian's superior purple tier sword skill second only to that solitary frost sword art? What the hell? He can even use such a sword technique. How strong is this brat? Some of the disciples retreated more than 10 li. The ice dragon's aura was majestic and cold, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen laughed loudly. Just an ice dragon sword technique. Break. Lin Chen's spear pierced through the air like a flying dragon. His pure strength created a killing aura, and a few streaks of dark calamity battle chi surged out, shattering the sword light ice dragon. What? The Prince of Ice's expression changed slightly, and he retreated rapidly. Rip tilde. A streak of moonlight flashed above the Prince of Ice's head. Lin Chen raised his spear and smashed it down furiously. Caught off guard, the Prince of Ice could only circulate his ice battle chi and block with his sword. Bang tilde. Crack tilde. The crisp sound of an explosion reverberated in everyone's ears. The Prince of Ice was sent flying by Lin Chen's spear. Along the way, he destroyed 1,000-year-old ancient trees and fell to the ground with a boom, creating a huge crater. Hiss. Many of the disciples couldn't help but gasp. Senior brother Ice Prince lost to a wild brat of unknown origin? Clang tilde. When the sword light of the dragon ice sword dissipated and stabbed into the ground, many disciples felt their scalps go numb. A terrifying crack the size of 2 fingers appeared on the sword body, causing the entire sword to almost break and become useless. Some of the disciples who were good at forging couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. I didn't see wrongly, right? It cracked. That's senior brother's dragon ice sword. The superior grade dragon ice sword is indestructible with the support of senior brother Ice Prince's battle chi. That guy's spear seems to be only superior grade level 7, right? The dragon ice sword's light dimmed, which was the same as its owner vomiting blood. Everyone looked at the 5 dragons' imperial spear again and saw that the spear body was flowing with 5-colored light. Its sharpness was unparalleled, and it didn't look like it was damaged at all. What the hell was going on? All the disciples were doubting their lives. The gap between top-notch weapons was huge for every grade. Even the difference of a grade's power was close to double the difference. A superior grade level 7 spear could break a superior grade level 7 sword? According to common sense, this situation was completely bullshit. Even the 2 girls on the spirit crane who were also true disciples were dumbfounded. Only Elder Mo Jingyu, who was at the top of the hall, stared at Lin Chen's golden spear body. The 5-colored dragon light surrounding the spear body was the grade aura of a high-grade weapon. What attracted his attention was the dark green light at the tip of the spear. This light had appeared from nothing, then turned from green to green, and then to dark green. Although the grade of the weapon hadn't changed, its power had increased by 2 whole grade. Elder Mo Jingyu, who had witnessed the whole process, was shocked. Could it be that he can increase the power of the weapon without affecting its grade? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. Chapter 785. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised by the power of the enhancement function. The highest enhancement of the enhancement function was +13. The enhancement of the 5 dragons' imperial spear from +1 to +8 would increase its power by 10%. The enhancement would not change the original grade of the weapon. The increase in power was calculated based on the weapon's original grade. +9 to +10 would increase the power by 15%, +11 to +12 would increase the power by 30%. The 5 dragons' imperial spear that had been enhanced to +12 would increase its power by 170%. Its power had increased by almost 2 times. Other than that, Lin Chen could also enhance his cultivation techniques, pills, and herbs. As long as he had enough enhancement points, he could enhance them all, as expected of one of the system's strongest functions. I just completed the update after arriving at the sacred boundary. Since there are so many people here, I have to find a secluded place to study the system's functions. Just as Lin Chen made up his mind, the Ice Son of Heaven stood up and glared at Lin Chen with hatred and resentment. He wanted to fight with Lin Chen again. "Hey, class monitor Lin Chen?" With a delicate cry, 2 beautiful women flew over from the sky at an extremely fast speed. They looked like pure white swans as they floated in the air. Lin Chen looked at them and saw that they were old friend. Lin Chen. Hearing this name, Mo Jingyu trembled and muttered to himself in shock. Could he be the real legend of the mortal world? Some of the honorary disciples were astonished. It's senior sister Su Lan and senior sister Su Lan. Heavens, am I seeing things? Aren't the 2 senior sisters second only to senior sister Lung Yueqi? It's said that they are not interested in men. They actually smiled at this wild brat. The 2 sisters landed beside Lin Chen and were overjoyed. Their arrogance and coldness in the Ice Heart Palace were all gone. The younger sister, Su Lan, was very cute, while the older sister's smile was as gentle as the snow in spring. "Class monitor, how did you get up here? How are things in the 9 continents?" Su Lan was like a lively sparrow, chirping around Lin Chen as she inquired. The Ice Prince's expression was blank as he stood rooted to the ground. He had tried to approach Lung Yueqi but was rejected. Later, he found out that the 2 sisters had an unusual relationship with Lung Yueqi. When he wanted to approach them, none of them had a good expression. They were as cold as an iceberg. There were even rumors that they were not interested in men at all. The 2 ice goddesses in the hearts of countless disciples were actually smiling at a strange man. For a time, the male disciples present found it hard to accept this reality. Seeing the 2 girls again, Lin Chen was happy in his heart. They had both become war emperors. Furthermore, he was a 5th-level combat emperor. According to the time in the sacred boundary, they had been away from the 9 prefectures for nearly 3 months, but they had been in the sacred boundary for less than 3 years. Yet, they had already climbed to this level. This speed was second only to Lin Chen's growth in the 9 prefectures. Alright, this matter ends here. We're all friends. It's just a misunderstanding. Elder Mo Jingyu stepped out of the hall. Many disciples hurriedly made way for him and greeted, Elder Mo. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This old man was very strong. He was at least a third tribulation combat emperor. Little guy, are you Lin Chen? Mo Jingyu stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, I am. Not bad, not bad. You're indeed a dragon among men. No wonder that girl personally warned us. It's been 3 years, and we've been so busy that we've forgotten about it. I hope Lin Chen won't take the previous conflict to heart. Mo Jingyu smiled apologetically. He had almost offended this great god. This was an innate genius that could alarm the Grand Elders of the Ice Palace. He had also heard some insider news. It was said that this great god had alarmed a few Grand Elders to come to the mortal world to recruit this boy. Unexpectedly, they were all unsuccessful. It's said that the mortal world has the holy prison, and those criminals covet it. This boy was able to arrive there safely. Could it be, Mo Jingyu was an old fox? He immediately realized the crux of the matter. His expression softened as he tried to curry favor with Lin Chen. He even treated him as an honored guest of the Ice Heart Palace. Wait a minute. I'm not convinced. Elder Mo, this boy is just a nobody. How can he be an honored guest of the Ice Heart Palace? The Ice Son of Heaven angrily rebuked. Many male disciples also looked over with indignation. Lin Chen whistled at the 2 girls beside him. You two are really charming. If so many people were to fight, I wouldn't be able to beat them. Su Lan flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him. Su Lan covered her mouth and giggled, her delicate ears blushing. Seeing Lin Chen and the 2 ice goddesses flirting with each other, the male disciples couldn't help but grit their teeth. Lin Chen is our Ice Heart Palace's honored guest. This is the decision of the Elder Council, not something you and I can make. Or do you want to fight him again? Let's see who will be more embarrassed. Mo Jingyu glanced at him. The latter's body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and left with the dragon ice sword. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Chen had won the previous battle with ease. Even if he used his strongest sword technique, it was very likely that he would only be humiliating himself. Lin Chen, this way please. Elder Mo Jingyu led the way, and Lin Chen and Su Lan followed closely behind. The eyes of the 2 girls on the spirit crane lit up. So it's him. The Lin Chen that the Elder Council mentioned before. No wonder he could defeat the Ice Son of Heaven so easily. As expected of an existence valued by the upper echelons. It seems like a huge wave is about to sweep through the palace. As soon as Lin Chen entered the Ice Heart Palace, the air and ground were filled with attribute light balls. He ignored the strange gazes of others and picked them up madly, his attributes soaring. Seeing him pick up the air and the ground as soon as he entered the Ice Heart Palace, Missouri Jingyu's mouth twitched. If he hadn't seen him defeat the Ice Son of Heaven with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was a beggar entering the palace. Hey! Entering the palace? That night, after a certain Lin Chen went on a shopping spree, Mo Jingyu finally managed to arrange Lin Chen's accommodations with much difficulty. He even admitted that Lin Chen would be staying here for a period of time as he had to report Lin Chen's arrival to the higher-ups. At Lin Chen's residence. Inside the room, Lin Chen listened to the 2 girls talk about their experiences in the sacred boundary over the past 2 years. Teacher Lang Yuechi has become a top true disciple and is currently in seclusion. In a few days, she will participate in the Blue Moon Secret Realm trial. That is a place that only top true disciples can go. Class monitor, you might have to wait a few months before you can see teacher. After listening to Su Lan's story, Lin Chen fell silent. He still had to wait a few months. Actually, there is another method that isn't really a method. The 2 of us will pass the test 3 days later and become Blue Class True Disciples. Blue Class True Disciples will not only be able to enter the Blue Moon battlefield, but they will also be able to choose their own team members. Even if they are outsiders, they will be able to bring you into the Blue Moon battlefield. Su Lan giggled. Su Lan immediately rolled her eyes at her younger sister. Stop fooling around. With our chances, the chances of us passing the test are less than 20%. It's too early to say that. Oh. Test. What kind of test? Lin Chen was curious. Chapter 786. Su Gang patiently explained, in 3 days, Ice Heart Palace will hold a disciple assessment. Those who pass the assessment will have a chance to raise their status and enjoy more benefits. The foundation of a third-grade sect was terrifyingly strong. They had more than 1 million disciples. According to the number of powerhouses, the number of powerhouses in a third-grade sect far exceeded the total number of powerhouses in the entire 9 provinces continent and Sky Tower combined. Ice Heart Palace was divided into registered disciples, outer hall, inner hall, true disciples, and true disciples were further divided into blue, and purple grade. Registered disciples could only do odd jobs and help with the low-level trifles of the sect. In any sect, they could only cultivate the public low-level blue to blue low-level cultivation techniques. Only by becoming an outer hall disciple or above could they receive the initial training of the sect. The disciple assessment was extremely strict, and the true disciple assessment was even more so. Mental cultivation techniques, temperament, and combat power were all comprehensively tested. Temperament training is not a problem for Lan and me. The problem is the cultivation of the mental cultivation technique and the combat power assessment. These 2 tests are extremely difficult. You have to cultivate your mental cultivation technique to the 5th layer at the very least. The 2 of us are only at the 3rd layer now. Su Gang shook her head. She didn't have much hope for this assessment. No, I can help you. Suddenly, a certain Lin excitedly grabbed the sister's soft hands, startling the beauty's hearts to flutter. As long as he could help the 2 of them become true disciples, he would be able to see Master Yuechi immediately. Lin Chen didn't plan to hold back. His system's various new functions were already starting to activate. Leave this matter to me. I will make the 2 of you orgasm together. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with excitement, making the 2 girls ashamed and angry. What was he trying to do? Over the next 2 days, Ice Heart Palace was filled with rumors about Lin Chen. In particular, the 2 legendary ice beauties, Goddess Su Lan and Goddess Su Lan, had stayed at his resting place for 2 days and 2 nights without coming out. This confirmed the authenticity of the countless rumors. During this time, Lin Chen truly understood the magnificence of the Sacred Boundary civilization. In the Sacred Boundary, there were many sages, war emperors, and Yuan venerates everywhere. Babies born in the Sacred Boundary were nourished by the Sacred Boundary's innate Saint Qi. Almost all of them were born in the spirit channeling state. When they were 10 years old, they came into contact with the secular world and were tainted by the Earth Qi. After reaching adulthood, most of them would be able to enter the Heaven Dipper realm. Because the order of time was different from the order of space, the Sacred Boundary required one to reach the Yuan Venerate realm before one could grasp the basics of space and fly in the air. However, the stability of space was extremely strong. Even a 5-calamity battle emperor could not tear the space crystal wall of the Sacred Boundary. Only saints could tear apart the space of the Sacred Boundary. Lin Chen's azure dragon was 80,000 zhong long in the 9 prefectures, like a mountain range coiling in the sky. However, in the Sacred Boundary, due to the influence of the order of space, it might only be a few dozen zhong long. But there was no doubt that this was a world with a higher level of martial arts civilization. It was an even more magnificent great world. Any random corner of the Sacred Boundary had more experts than all the experts in the 9 prefectures. In the secret chamber, when the 2 sisters opened their beautiful eyes, a cold glint flashed across their pupils. When they looked at Lin Chen again, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Class monitor, are you the reincarnation of the legendary sage ruler? Su Lan stared at Lin Chen's back with admiration and longing. Lin Chen pretended to be profound and sighed. How could a sage ruler be as handsome as me? Unfortunately, I can only help you a little. A little? Su Lan almost laughed out of anger. If other people knew what Lin Chen had done to them in the past 2 days, the entire Ice Heart Palace would be in an uproar. At night, outside the secret chamber, Su Lan seemed to have thought of something and asked Lin Chen, Class monitor, you just arrived at the Sacred Boundary. Do you have any silver Saint Origin coins with you? Most of the currency used by battle emperors in the sacred boundary is silver saint origin coins. Su Lan opened her delicate palm and handed a few shiny silver coins to Lin Chen. The surface of the silver coin glowed with a silvery light, containing a unique energy fluctuation. Silver saint origin coins? What is this? Lin Chen's heart moved. He suddenly remembered that he didn't have any silver saint origin coins, but he had 10 gold saint origin coins. Class monitor, you still don't know? In the sacred boundary, spirit crystals are only used by battle emperors and below. Everyone uses silver saint origin coins. Silver saint origin coins are produced in the sacred boundary and have been tempered with a very faint amount of saint origin chi. They have many wonderful uses. For example, adding silver saint origin coins to the alchemy process can increase the spirituality and medicinal efficacy of the pills. It can also accelerate the efficiency and process of alchemy. It can also increase the success rate of forging top-grade weapons. Silver saint origin coins can also repair damaged weapons. These are all top cultivation resources that can't be found in the world of the 9 continent. Su Lan explained to Lin Chen with a smile. She also sighed. Most importantly, silver saint origin coins can help cultivators break through bottlenecks. In the sacred boundary, people don't need to rely on breaking through life and death to break through to the battle emperor realm. As long as they have enough silver saint origin coins and pills, no matter how talented they have a very high possibility of stepping into the battle emperor realm. Even if they fail, they won't die. Her words stirred up 1,000 waves in Lin Chen's heart. Hearing Su Lan's explanation, he was shocked. Silver saint origin coins could repair damaged weapons, increase the medicinal efficacy of pills, and even resolve the death of broken battle chi natal palaces and fate wheel. In the sacred boundary, cultivation was like burning money. As long as they had enough resources, even a pig could become a top expert. Silver saint origin coins are mainly produced from fortune spirit plants, heavenly rare ores, and so on. It's normal for you to be surprised. When we just arrived at the sacred boundary, we didn't have a good rest for a few days. Su Lan chuckled as she stared at Lin Chen's shocked face. Silver saint origin coins have many uses. Gold saint origin coins, which are 1 grade higher, can even improve a person's intelligence and comprehension ability. It can also increase a person's learning speed by a few times. Of course, it's not on the same level as what you did for us, but it's true. Here. If you don't have silver saint origin coins with you, you can use ours first. My sister and I get a monthly allowance of 100 silver saint origin coins each. The outer palace disciples only get 1 silver saint origin coin and the inner palace disciples get 10 silver saint origin coins each. With one hand on her waist, Su Lan threw Lin Chen a dozen silver saint origin coins with a smug look on her face, as if she was saying, "Big sister will provide for you." Lin Chen took the silver saint origin coins and looked at them curiously. Then, he took out his dragon glory saber. When he beheaded Mo Tianji, the edge of the saber had cracked. After all, it was the body of a saint. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, it wouldn't change the strength of his body. Lin Chen tried to put a silver saint origin coin into the crack on the saber. With a flash of silver light, the silver saint origin coin turned into a silver light and covered the saber. After a while, the crack miraculously healed itself. Oh my God, what a magical thing. Lin Chen was amazed. In the land of the 9 prefectures, one would need to find the same materials and hire a high-level blacksmith to repair the crack on the dragon glory. But in the sacred boundary, it only needed silver saint origin coins. The silver saint origin coins seemed to contain a kind of origin energy that could be converted into any kind of energy. This origin energy was used to repair the crack on the saber. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled at the 2 girls and asked, "How many silver saint origin coins can 1 gold saint origin coin be exchanged for?" Gold saint origin coins have more uses. 1 gold saint origin coin is worth 10,000 silver saint origin coins. Su Lan explained. Lin Chen was shocked. Does this mean that he has 100,000 silver saint origin coins? Silver saint origin coins were the consumable resource of the entire sacred boundary. They were in short supply at any time. Lin Chen had just arrived at the sacred boundary, But he already had a lot of money. The two sisters were Scion-level direct disciples, but their annual allowance was only 2,400 silver Saint Origin coins. Indeed, the items from the orange crystal treasure chests are all good. Lin Chen snickered in his mind as he put away the silver Saint Origin coins that Su Lan gave him. The next day, the disciple assessment was held in the east of the Heavenly Frost mountain range. In the east of the mountain range, the glacier were frozen. Endless snowstorms raged and formed a giant ice city. It was crystal clear and looked like a scene from a fairy tale. The Heavenly Frost mountain range was even larger than the entire Spiritual State Alliance combined. Today, more than 700,000 disciples gathered here. It was a grand event. More than 500,000 people participated in the assessment. In the east, in the third assessment venue, Lin Chen sat outside the venue with his legs crossed as he waited for the results of the two girls' assessment. Is this the rumored VIP, Lin Chen? Didn't you say that he wanted to be a beggar? Why does he look so handsome? Humph, you don't know. When he entered our Ice Heart Palace, he went crazy and touched everywhere. Those who didn't know would think that he was a lunatic. I don't know what happened to the elders to take a liking to him. He defeated senior brother Ice Son of Heaven, so he must be strong. Why are you jealous? The elders' experience is beyond our imagination. We don't have the right to question their decisions. Many people were talking about this through Battle Chi. Lin Chen overheard some of it and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. At this moment, the two girls walked out of the assessment venue. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that they have passed the temperament assessment. Next is the mental cultivation method assessment. The mental cultivation method and combat strength assessment were the key to becoming a blue-level direct disciple. Chapter 787. That little guy is Lin Chen? I heard that the mortal world is related to the criminal from the Saint prison. This kid had gone through life and death with the 9 prefectures in the mortal world. Now that he has appeared, could it be that he can deal with the criminal from the Saint prison? What a young body refiner. He has already mastered 9 million dragon power at such a young age. Even this elder can't see through his battle chi. He is a very mysterious young man. 6 white-robed old men sat on the high platform of the third examination ground. Most of them had the demeanor of a transcendent being and were ignorant of worldly affairs. They looked at Lin Chen and sized him up from time to time. That kid is Lin Chen? On the other side of the venue, a handsome man in a luxurious robe asked casually. Yes, it's this kid. I hope senior brother can help me. A few days ago, the arrogant and insufferably arrogant Prince of Ice was now standing behind the handsome man, looking very much like that servant of his. His arrogance couldn't even be compared to this senior brother of his, Ji Qingming, a purple rank true disciple. There were more than 1 million disciples in the Ice Heart Palace, but less than 100 of them were able to become purple rank true disciples. What was more frightening was that Ji Qingming had a battle record and title that most of the purple rank true disciples didn't have. He was on the Sacred Boundaries Genius List. The Sacred Boundaries Genius List was divided into 3 lists: Genius List, Monstrous Genius List, and Saint Talent List. Hee. No wonder the higher-ups asked senior sister Lan Xiao to descend to the mortal world. You do have some skills. That's a pretty good secret technique. You can hide your cultivation base well. 8th layer combat emperor, a body refiner with 9 million dragon power, Ji Qingming had seen through Lin Chen's background with a casual glance. Although he saw through Lin Chen's background, he didn't put Lin Chen in his eyes at all. Every genius on the Sacred Boundaries Genius List was a peak existence in the Sacred Boundary. If one didn't enter the Genius List, they would only be ordinary geniuses. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't be compared to senior brother Qingming, the Prince of Ice agreed. Ji Qingming smiled. No matter how strong one's talent is, he still needs a force to support him. Plus, what's the use of having such great potential if he dies? Number 140 and 141, Cyan Class True Disciples, Ling Xiaolan and Ling Xiaoyu, have passed the mental cultivation method tests. When an old woman judge announced this, 2 young and beautiful true disciples jumped down from the dark green stairs. The 2 women had a dignified and elegant demeanor, and their appearances were 90% similar. They were actually a pair of twin sisters. The two girls passed the test and brushed past Su Lan and her sister. The former sneered. "I didn't think that the cold faces you sisters usually put on were fake. Your lover injured the Prince of Ice. He's our senior brother Ji Qingming's man. This debt is not so simple. The two of you better not pass the test. Otherwise, if you meet me in the final test, I will make it so that your pretentious face will never be able to recover." The elder sister, Ling Qiaolan, sneered. The younger sister, Ling Qiaoyu, covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Elder sister, you're too kind. The two of them have probably just reached the third level of their mental cultivation method. It's already difficult for them to pass the mental cultivation method test. How can they have the right to fight with us?" Su Lan's brows furrowed slightly. Su Lan replied calmly, "The two of us only used 2 years to cultivate our mental cultivation method to the third realm. It's much better than some people who failed the mental cultivation method test more than 10 times. You!" Ling Qiaolan's face turned red. The Su sisters ignored the two girls and stepped lightly onto the dark green ice stage like dancing butterflies. Su Lan, begin the mental cultivation method test." The old woman judge's eyes flashed as she announced this as usual. The two sisters stepped onto the ice stage in the test field. The stage was dark green, and the rising cold air was extremely cold. Snow fell from the air from time to time, and the chill was bone-chilling. As soon as they stepped onto the first step, the dark green mist slowly rose up, as if it could ignore the battle chief's defense and penetrate into the Su sisters' body. The two girls skillfully operated their mental cultivation method and disintegrated the cold air, easily stepping onto the second ice stage. Prepare to reach the third stage. The minimum requirement for the test is to reach the fourth stage. The next step is the most important. The elders and the surrounding disciples watched attentively. After the commotion caused by Lin Chen, many people couldn't help but pay special attention to the Su sisters. The ice stage was divided into 9 stages and was used to test the mental cultivation method of a core disciple. Each stage corresponded to the 9 realms of Ice Heart Palace's core cultivation method, Proud 9 Heavens. This mental cultivation method was modified from a half-orange stage mental cultivation method by an ancestor of Ice Heart Palace. It was a top-level purple stage mental cultivation method. As for whether it was top-level low or top-level, it depended on one's cultivation realm. The Proud 9 Heavens was divided into 9 realms. The first 3 stages were beginner, the middle 3 stages were proficient, the last 2 stages were large success, and finally the 9th stage was perfection. Beginner was top-level low rank, proficient was middle rank, large success was high rank, and if one cultivated it to perfection, it would be a top-level purple stage mental cultivation method. The 9th stage perfection and the 3rd stage beginner were 2 completely different levels of mental cultivation method. Only true disciples had the qualifications to cultivate the Proud 9 Heavens. Even at the entry level, it was already a top, low-grade, purple tier mental cultivation method. This was enough to show disdain for countless mental cultivation methods. This was the foundation of a 3rd-grade sect. Only those who cultivated it to perfection would have the qualifications to cultivate Ice Heart Palace's half-orange stage core cultivation method. Lin Chen's lips curled upwards, as if he wasn't worried about this test at all. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 girls stepped onto the 3rd ice stage and the cold air suddenly rose. Many core disciples watched with rapt attention. The performance of the 2 girls on the 3rd stage would reveal their comprehension of the 3rd stage of the mental cultivation method. Hey! They seem to have energy to spare. Didn't they just reach the 3rd stage? How can they be so relaxed? The core disciples were stunned, and the Ling sisters were bewildered. Bluffing. They must be pretending to be calm, Ling Qiaoyu sneered, but in the next moment, her face stiffened. Rumble tilde. The originally cold venue became even colder. Gusts of cold wind blew, and many core disciples couldn't help but shiver. The 4th stage. The Su sisters stepped onto the 4th stage without any pressure. Prideful cold 4th layer, heart ice spirit. The Su sisters looked at each other and smiled. A layer of green light flowed on their skin, and all the core disciples' expressions were very interesting. The Su sisters had only reached the third stage 2 months ago. Most of the core disciples knew this, but in just 2 months, how could they reach the fourth stage by leaps and bounds? Mental cultivation methods were different from cultivation. Every stage represented a cultivator's comprehension of the mental cultivation method. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Impossible. They cheated. They must have cheated. Ling Qiaoyu screamed uncontrollably. She and her sister had gone through many trials for 3.5 years before reaching the fourth stage of the mental cultivation method. The Su sisters' talent wasn't top-notch, so how could they improve by leaps and bounds in just 2 months? Little girl, are you doubting this old woman's judgment and fairness? The old woman judge said coldly. Her cold gaze locked onto Ling Qiaoyu. Ling Qiaoyu felt as if she was in an ice prison, and her whole body trembled. Elder, Qiaoyu didn't mean to offend you. Ling Qiaolan immediately apologized. The old woman frowned and retracted her cultivation suppression. She sneered and said, the elders here will judge whether or not they cheated. Since when is it your turn to speak nonsense? Ignorant child, back off. Chapter 788. The sisters had to suffer in silence. The younger sister, Ling Qiaoyu, glared at Su Lan and her sister on the stairs with hatred in her heart. You two wretched bitches, you better not let us meet you in the final trial. With your 5th combat emperor cultivation, I will definitely cripple you. Stepping into the 4th floor was not enough to alarm the elders. Suddenly, the sleepy eyes of the several Ice Heart Palace elders and the old woman sitting on the stage suddenly became sharp and fierce. No, it's not that simple. As soon as the words were spoken, a green light shone and a chill rose. The snow in all directions turned into ice. Countless true disciples were dumbfounded. The 2 sisters had reached the 5th floor. The elders on the platform stared at the 2 girls for a long time. Then, one of them said in a trembling voice, it seems that they can easily dissolve the cold chi of the 5th stage Aohan. This problem was completely different. This proved that the 2 girls had reached the 5th stage Aohan. They might even have reached the peak of the 5th stage. Ji Qingming squinted his eyes. The 2 girls reaching the 4th stage was nothing to him. However, if they reached the peak of the 5th stage, the problem was different. Back then, his results were only slightly better than the 2 girls. Breaking through 2 stages in 2 months. Is this possible? This kind of cultivation speed, perhaps only Leng Yuqi can do it. Unless they use Golden Saint Origin coins to cultivate, but Golden Saint Origin coins are extremely valuable. Even the Palace Lord doesn't dare to use it casually. While the elders were guessing, only Elder Mo Jingyu looked at Lin Chen who was sitting in the distance. He was calm and collected, with a smile on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. Could it be? That's impossible. This kid and the Su sisters have only met for 3 days. How could such a shocking change have occurred in 3 days? It should be another opportunity. Mo Jingyu laughed and shook his head. Maybe he was thinking too much. However, the next part was the main event. Su Lan and Su Lan smiled and stepped onto the 6th floor without any pressure. All the true disciples looked as if they had seen a ghost. The 6th floor corresponded to the 6th stage of the cultivation method. Breaking through 3 stages in 2 months. The later stage of the cultivation method was harder than the previous one. The later stages of cultivation were tens to hundreds of times more difficult than the early stages. The value of a top-grade purple-tier mental cultivation technique was several times more precious than dozens of top-grade purple-tier low-grade mental cultivation technique. It could be said that the greater the difference in value between a top-notch low-grade mental cultivation technique and a top-notch mental cultivation technique, the greater the difficulty. However, to everyone's surprise, this was just the beginning. The 2 sisters held hands and went straight to the 7th level. The experienced elders were dumbfounded on the spot. A top true disciple genius. After entering Ice Heart Palace for less than 3 years, he had already reached the 7th stage of the heart cultivation method. His talent was definitely at the level of a purple-grade true disciple. Bam! Ji Qingming crushed the teacup with his palm as a murderous look flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect the 2 of them to have advanced to this level. Interesting. Bing Tianzi, who was beside him, kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. When he looked at 1000 Frost Stage 9, he still revealed some shock. Oh my god, he hid it so well. 2 months ago, it was the elder who spread the news that the two sisters had cultivated to the 3rd level. How is this the 3rd level? F***CK. But, why did they hide it until now? Wouldn't they be able to get the monthly allowance and cultivation resources of a high-grade true disciple earlier? There's no benefit for them to hide it. The heated discussion was like a tide as more and more disciples entered the venue. At this moment, the Su sisters had become the center of attention. Even the true disciples were filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, hatred, and dread. The elders on the stage were even more fanatical. The Su sisters' talent was probably second only to Lung Yuechi, who had the 9 Frost Absolute Meridians. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting in the venue with a green jade cup in his hand. He used his battle chi to grind coffee beans and added spirit stones into the cup. The rich and fragrant coffee aroma filled the air, and Lin Chen took a sip with intoxication. Ah, it smells so good. As expected of my self-made coffee, it actually has 13 fragrances. Because the two sisters had reached the 7th level, the cold energy of 1000 Frost Stage 9 was stimulated to the peak. The vast and condensed ice energy surged out like a tide, and the terrifying cold energy caused an ice storm to blow in the venue, causing heavy snow to fall. Lin Qingyu stood up with a steaming green jade cup in his hand. The rich coffee aroma filled the air. Seeing Lin Chen's strange behavior, Ji Qingming narrowed his eyes. What is this kid trying to do? He walked slowly to the side of the venue and smiled at the sisters. The snow is not big enough. I want to drink snow-top coffee. Bigger. What the hell? Many true disciples were stunned. He actually wants the cold to be bigger. Could it be that he still thought that the two sisters could reach the 8th step? That was a level that only the top purple true disciples had the qualifications to reach. The Su sisters bowed elegantly and smiled. Their green eyes were watery as they replied obediently, okay. Their appearances and expressions were extremely similar to those of two lovey-dovey maids. The sisters advanced side by side and easily reached the 7th level, taking a step forward to a higher level. Could it really be possible? The elders on the stage suddenly straightened their backs and stood up as they stared at the 8th level with burning eyes. Boom, boom, whoosh. The cold increased by a large margin, and heavy snowflakes rolled up the entire venue. Even some outer palace disciples could not withstand the cold. The 8th level. The two sisters had really reached the 8th level. None of the true disciples present could do it. Only a few hundred people had the qualifications to reach this level. Ling Qiaolan and Ling Qiaolan's faces turned pale as they stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck by lightning. With the Su sisters' talent for reaching the 8th level, the difference between them was like the difference between sparrows and phoenixes. Their talent had surpassed Ji Qingming's in the past. Many purple true disciples could not compare to them. Who would have thought that our Ice Heart Palace would have 2 more prodigies who have the potential to enter the genius ranking? Tears streamed down the 2 old women's cheeks as they wept with joy. A few snowflakes floated into Lin Chen's green jade cup. He laughed loudly and said, "Not enough. Bigger." Everyone's hearts trembled. What kind of joke was this? They could go up again. Yes. The 2 girls smiled faintly and stood on the 8th level. They moved quickly, riding the wind like flying swallows. It was a beautiful sight. They broke through the 8th level and jumped onto the 9th level in one breath. Rumble. The snowstorm was like the roar of a giant dragon. The violent and cold snow was like an unprecedented storm, sweeping through the entire venue. Many outer palace disciples retreated in horror, not daring to watch anymore. The inner palace disciples hurriedly circulated their battle chi to resist. Only the true disciples were unaffected, but the shock on their faces was rarely seen in 100 years. The 9th level was the completion of a cultivation technique. Among the purple true disciples, only 8 could reach it. All the disciples were stunned. Su Lan and Ling Qiaolan had reached the top level just for Lin Chen. That was a realm that countless disciples yearned for even in their dreams to conquer. Reaching the 9th level meant that one had the qualifications to cultivate Ice Heart Palace's strongest half-orange grade cultivation technique. Being able to cultivate such a cultivation technique meant that one's future was bright. Some of the disciples were even more terrified when they thought about it. If the two girls were hiding their strength, then the latter, Lin Chen, was even more terrifying. They were willing to show their strength for Lin Chen, even adding a few snowflakes to his cup, to be able to subdue these two proud daughters of the heavens and make them obedient like little maids. Just how much ability did this fellow have to be able to do this to such an extent? Even the old referee was stunned for a moment. She then quickly shouted, Su Lan. Su Lan's disciple has reached the 9th level of Ice Heart Palace. The result is valid. The snowstorm blew and everyone was shocked. Under the snowstorm, a handsome man stood in the front row of the venue. Lin Mao was holding a cup of shui top coffee made of snow. He pursed his lips and took a sip. He was very satisfied. Very fragrant, very good. Chapter 789. Some of the more insightful core disciples couldn't help but stare at Lin Chen's back. The two women smiled at each other and floated down from the 9th step. The cold wave and ice storm dissipated. At this moment, everyone's faces were still filled with disbelief and shock. It was as if they were dreaming and had yet to recover from their shock. As the two women walked over, Su Lan asked with a smile, How was it, class monitor? Our performance wasn't bad, right? Su Lan put on a praise me expression, which Lin Chen found a little funny. But it was expected. Many core disciples and elders' mouths twitched. Expected? Could it be that this little brat knew from the beginning that they had cultivated their heart technique to the 9th layer? Seeing Lin Chen's calm expression, the elders of Ice Heart Palace felt more and more that this young man was mysterious and incredible. These two girls were personally taught by this old lady. They had only cultivated to the 3rd layer 2 months ago. Being able to break through to the 9th layer in such a short time must have something to do with this boy. But they've only met for a few days. That's impossible. Their shock was completely within Lin Chen's expectations. In the previous 2 days and nights, Lin Chen had activated the system's secret art study function, but not for himself, but for Su Lan and Su Lan. That's right, the new system version 6.0 had a new function. Lin Chen could use secret art soul essences to study secret art study function, which was applicable to other target. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Chen could use this function as he pleased. The price was that every time Lin Chen activated this function, he had to consume a large amount of heavenly Dao points. In addition, when the target wanted to learn a secret art, the amount of secret art soul essences required was double that of the hosts. For example, Lin Chen needed to consume 40 million secret art soul essences to learn a purple grade low-rank battle skill, but if he helped others learn it, he would need to consume 80 million mid-rank secret art soul essences. Secondly, this function could only be used by those closest to him or those he trusted. If other masters found out about this, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Chen spent a total of 210 million cultivation technique soul essences and 60 million heavenly Dao points to help the two girls learn the mental cultivation techniques, allowing them to fuse their cultivation memories and cultivate the mental cultivation techniques to perfection. On the one hand, if they passed the assessment, he could see Lung Yueqi as soon as possible. The second point was to help the two women grow stronger quickly. The sooner they showed their talents, the more resources they would receive from Ice Heart Palace. The foundation of a third-rank sect was countless times richer than that of the entire 9 prefectures. Under the nurturing of the sect, the two women had a chance to reach the Saint Realm in the future. This brat and these two women can't be left alive. Otherwise, these two women might even threaten my position in a few days. Although Ji Qingming's expression was calm, his heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to get rid of Lin Chen and the Su sisters. While the elders were discussing the situation of the two women, Lin Chen made a startling suggestion. Elders, I, Lin Fan, am very interested in the Frozen 9 steps. I wonder if I can give it a try. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. I think this brat wants to open a dye house just because of some color. Isn't he too proud? Senior sister Su Lan and the others are about to reach the 9th step. Why is he trying to join in the fun? Ha ha ha. I think he came from a corner and doesn't have any knowledge. He probably thinks that since senior sister Su Lan and the others can reach the 9th step with their 5th layer combat emperors, he can too. Sigh, it's really scary to be ignorant. Many of the inner palace disciples had mocking expressions on their faces. Even many of the blue and green true disciples shook their heads and laughed. This was really reckless. The Frozen 9 Steps was created specifically for those who cultivated mental cultivation methods. It was made from the 9-heart mysterious jade essence and contained a special cold energy. Only mental cultivation methods could break it. Unless one reached the peak of the 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor, it was impossible to resist it with one's cultivation base. Maybe they admitted that Lin Chen had a great secret, but they believed in the uniqueness of the Frozen 9 Steps more. Lin Chen was asking for humiliation. Little brat, are you sure you want to try? You are not a disciple of the Ice Heart Palace. Even if you reach the high step, you won't get any rewards. However, if you fail, the cold energy will invade your body and you will be bedridden for months or even years. The old woman on the platform hesitated and asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. This junior's knowledge is shallow. Today, I just want to broaden my horizons and experience it." The old woman in grey wanted to stop Lin Chen, but Mo Jingyu stopped her and secretly transmitted his voice to her. Let him try. I feel that this brat is not simple. We can use this opportunity to test his depth and details. Mo Jingyu remembered that a few days ago, Lin Chen's battle spear suddenly became more powerful and attracted his attention. He even went to the ancient books to look for the reason. Maybe this brat had an ancient secret technique that could temporarily increase the power of a battle weapon. Then, good, if anything happens, you will be responsible for it. The old woman in grey shook her head and waved her hand to Lin Chen. Good, my Ice Heart Palace is not narrow-minded. Since Lin Chen wants to try, please go ahead. However, you will have to bear the consequences. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He walked straight to the front of the Frozen 1000 Steps. Every step was 10 feet wide and 50 feet long. It was grand and tall, and the first thing anyone would feel was the dense cold air that emanated from it. But in Lin Chen's eyes, it was an ice crystal step covered in attribute light balls. That's right. Lin Chen was aiming for the attribute light balls above the Frozen 9 Steps from the very beginning. These ice crystal steps had been there for 10,000 years, and countless true disciples and even elders of Ice Heart Palace had stepped on them. The remaining attribute light balls were dazzling and of high quality. Countless mockery, sarcasm, and ridicule sounded from all around. Almost everyone thought that Lin Chen was going to make a fool of himself. Ji Qingming had a bad premonition in his heart. He narrowed his eyes, which were as cold as swords, as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Chen. Lin Chen lifted his leg and strode onto the first step. The moment the shocking cold energy emerged, Lin Chen smiled and circulated the 9 tribulations of creation in his heart, activating his water calamity battle body. Boom! The cold energy was like a dragon, but when it entered Lin Chen's body, it suddenly froze. Lin Chen, who was using the water calamity battle physique, felt as if there was a boundless ocean inside his body. Every meridian was flowing like a river. His battle chi was rolling like a raging wave, and the frigid chi was rushing into a boundless ocean. Then, the biting cold energy was quietly melted by the water calamity battle chi, like an iceberg melting into the sea. It melted and turned into threads of spirit chi that were refined and absorbed into Lin Chen's body. What was even more mysterious was that Lin Chen only circulated the water calamity battle body, and the attribute light balls in the ice crystal steps trembled slightly, as if they had sensed something, and quickly rushed in Lin Chen's direction. Obtained 10,000 water-type energy, 10,000 water-type energy, 39. 99 million battle chi essences, 20,000 cultivation soul essences, 30,000 cultivation soul essences, 100,000 talent points, 12 strengthening points, 29 strengthening points, 10,000 spirit, opened 4 purple crystal treasure chests. Received 20 rune evolution stones, 400 strengthening points. All the attribute light balls of Proud Cold's first step flowed into Lin Chen's body as he strolled leisurely, and his attributes skyrocketed. Seeing that Lin Chen was completely fine, The disciples in the venue were dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that Thousand Frost Stage 9 was broken? Chapter 790. Why was the situation like this? How could the 9th step of Thousand Frost be ineffective against Lin Chen? This strange scene caused the hearts of countless people to palpitate. They could clearly feel the chill released by glacial ice stage 9 entering Lin Chen's body, but he was completely fine. He even casually scooped up a mouthful of the snowtop coffee and tasted it. Damn! Did I see a ghost? He obviously didn't cultivate the 9 heavens proud frost, nor is he a 5th tribulation combat emperor. How could he resist such a terrifying chill? Some of the inner palace disciples sucked in a breath of cold air, especially some of the arrogant disciples. They had not yet reached the proud Frost 9 heavens and had once arrogantly stepped onto the 1000 Frost 9 steps, but in the end, they were frozen into ice before they could even take 2 step. If the elders hadn't saved them in time, they would have already died. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Chen had already started to walk to the 2nd step. The 2nd step was the same. A large number of attribute light balls were still being absorbed by Lin Chen. Ji Qingming and the elders were experienced. They saw a scene that ordinary disciples could not see. The moment the chill from the 9th step of Thousand Frost entered Lin Chen's body, it was quickly disintegrated by the strong water battle qi in his body. This kind of battle qi contained the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. It could disintegrate the chill from the 9th step of Thousand Frost. It was extremely terrifying. What a domineering physique. This kid actually has a heavenly tribulation combat body? No. This old man has seen a water-type heavenly tribulation combat body before, but this kid's blood doesn't show any signs of a special physique. This is a heavenly tribulation combat body created by a cultivation method. His cultivation method created? What kind of cultivation method is this to create a heavenly tribulation combat body? I'm afraid it's at least a top purple rank or above. All the elders were talking excitedly. Ji Qingming, who was waiting to watch a good show, shook his head and laughed. He had seen through the weakness of Lin Chen's cultivation method. It seems that it's just a slightly special cultivation method. If you dare to attack junior sister Yueqi, I will smash you into pieces. Ji Qingming was Lung Yueqi's #1 suitor in the Ice Heart Palace. I gained another 900 plus points in a short while. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He continued to climb to the 3rd step and continued to use his water calamity battle body to draw the attribute light balls in the ice crystal steps. La 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 tilde la 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 tilde. A certain Lin was humming a tune and singing along the way. His steps were leisurely as he walked up the stairs without any pressure at all. Lin Chen's water calamity battle body was indeed weak against Thousand Frost Stage 9. To be more precise, it should be mutual promotion and restraint. Water and ice originated from the same source. If the water was stronger, then the water would melt the ice. If the ice was stronger, then the ice would seal the water. After Lin Chen killed the pseudo-god and obtained the odd crystal fragments, he obtained 35 million points of intermediate water energy. Now, his water calamity body had broken through 40 million points, allowing his water calamity body to advance by leaps and bounds, completely suppressing the cold energy of Qianhan rank 9 and melting it continuously. If Lin Chen only had 6 million points of intermediate water energy before, he would only be able to reach the 5th step at most. Any further and his water calamity battle body would be sealed by the cold energy, but Lin Chen's water energy had broken through 43.5 million points and was still climbing. When he reached the 8th step, his intermediate water energy had broken through 53 million point. It seems that the 8th step is my limit at this stage. But I still have a backup plan. Lin Chen smiled casually. With a thought, he activated the ultimate moment. At the ultimate moment, the power of his cultivation technique doubled, his mental cultivation technique doubled, and his calamity battle body double. Lin Chen's entire body was covered in green light, and the power of his water calamity battle body doubled. He had the same smile on his face as he slowly stepped onto the 9th step. Boom tilde. At this moment, the wind howled in the venue, and the snow howled violently. The aggressive snowstorm rolled up ice flowers all over the sky, and the young man's silver robe fluttered loudly. The next moment, Lin Chen raised his snow-top coffee high up, revealed his usual coquettish smile, and shouted, "Come up and freeze yourself. I want to rub it on, lick it, and soak it." Hualala tilde in an instant, snowflakes flew, and ice crystals fell, decorating the jade cup like a work of art. Amidst the biting cold, Lin Chen did not seem to mind at all. He raised his green jade cup and took a few more ice crystal snowflakes, tasting a few mouthfuls. Like a tourist enjoying the scenery, he appeared so relaxed and comfortable, flirtatious but not romantic. All the true disciples present froze on the spot, the corners of their mouths twitching as they stared at Lin Chen's back in disbelief. The elders were so excited that their faces turned red. What kind of scene was that? They had witnessed countless prodigies trying to challenge the top of the frozen 9 steps and being frozen into ice again and again. Even a top purple rank true disciple like Ji Qingming had taken 30 years to reach the 9th step after joining the Ice Heart Palace. But today, they actually saw someone drinking a small drink, singing, and taking a stroll while enjoying the scenery. Was this King fake? Su Lan and her sister were considered to have broken through, so the disciples could barely accept it. But what about Lin Chen? He really reached the 9th step. Some of the inner hall disciples opened their mouths wide and rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Lin Chen drank the coffee in his cup in one gulp and shrugged. His words almost made all the disciples sick from anger. This doesn't seem to be that difficult. CK, how was this not difficult? To be able to reach the top of frozen 9 steps, the number of Ice Heart Palace disciples who had reached this level could be counted on 2 hands. How was this not difficult? Was this what a normal person would say? While talking and laughing, Lin Chen collected the 8 purple crystal treasure chests and all the attribute light balls on the 9th step and jumped down from frozen 9 steps. Little fellow, you've really broadened our horizons. I wonder where your master came from. The old referee couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Chen smiled and said, I don't belong to any sect. Learning from a master is the best. Hearing this, the old referee was overjoyed. Since he didn't belong to any sect, if she could recruit him into Ice Heart Palace, he would definitely be the next genius to enter the genius list. No wonder the elders came down to search for him. With this boy's background, he may even be able to challenge the genius list at this stage. In the future, he may even be able to enter the genius list. This Lin Chen must be treated well. When the assessment is over, let's see if we can recruit him into our Ice Heart Palace. The elders on the platform looked at each other and unanimously decided not to wait for the Grand Elders to return. They would recruit Lin Chen into the palace as soon as possible. With Su Lan, and Lin Chen's shocking performance, the following assessment was boring for everyone. Any dark horse that appeared seemed dull in front of Su Lan, and Lin Chen's shocking record of reaching the 9th step. The assessment continued. It was the final combat strength assessment for the true disciples. Coincidentally, only Su Lan and Ling Xiaolan were participating in the Blue Grade Promotion Blue Grade assessment this time. The combat strength assessment was a one-on-one duel or a team battle, with the winner advancing to the Blue Grade True Disciple rank. The duel would begin in an hour. Countless people moved to the 6th assessment venue, which was already packed with people. For this battle, most people were optimistic about Ling Xiaolan, but they were still looking forward to it because they wanted to see with their own eyes whether Su Lan and Ling Xiaolan had really reached the 9th layer. At the entrance of the assessment venue, Lin Chen, Su Lan, and Ling Xiaolan ran into Ji Qingming and Bing Tianzi. The two sides stared at each other, sparks flying in the air. You're called Lin Chen, right? Ji Qingming asked Lin Chen condescendingly. Lin Chen raised his brow and smiled mockingly. Do you have nothing better to do? If you already know, then why are you still asking? Ji Qingming's expression didn't change. Those who could enter the genius list were not simple people. He was wary of Su Lan and Ling Xiaolan's potential, but he didn't think that the two girls' breakthrough had much to do with Lin Chen. At most, he knew about it beforehand. Junior sister Yueqi is not someone a savage like you can match up to. If you know what's good for you, then scram. A mortal who can't even make it onto the genius ranking. Don't think that you can deceive everyone just because you used a slightly special mental cultivation method to reach the 9th step of Thousand Frost. This is the holy world, not your barbarian land. Ji Qingming flicked his fingernails in an overbearing manner. His eyes flashed with piercing cold ice flowers, and the surrounding cold air suddenly surged. His late-stage 9th layer cultivation exploded like ripples. He had long seen through that Lin Chen was able to step onto Thousand Frost Stage 9 because of a special mental cultivation method. But cultivation techniques didn't completely represent one's strength. This kid couldn't enter Ji Qingming's eyes at all. Lin Chen's gaze became especially sharp. Although he hadn't done the deed with Sister Yueqi before, the two of them had already fallen in love with each other. They had also gone through many life-and-death situations and advanced hand in hand. Their hearts were connected, and no one could separate them. No matter who the other party was, they had no right to make him lower his head. Remember my name, Ji Qing, Scram. What does your dog name have to do with me? Lin Chen directly spoke and pulled Su Lan and Ling Qiaolan into the assessment venue. Ji Qingming's veins popped out as he smiled slightly. Very good. You have guts. He instructed Ling Qiaolan, who was beside him. During the assessment later, if there's a chance, cripple his two women. I want him to see with his own eyes how his women are being killed. The two women bowed slightly, and the hatred in their eyes intensified. Yes. Chapter 791. Lin Chen entered the arena and the final test began after half an hour. Many of the matches between the inner and outer palace disciples were not as exciting as the true disciple promotion competition. Both of them were twin sisters. One was a 7th layer combat emperor while the other was a 5th layer combat emperor. Both of them had a fortuitous encounter and their mental cultivation technique had reached perfection. The battle between the two sisters was much more exciting than the battles of the other disciples. There were more than 200,000 disciples in the arena today. Lin Chen and Su Lan found a spacious seat and sat down. He seemed to have recalled something and asked the two sisters a question. What is the genius ranking that the hothead mentioned? The two sisters looked at each other and Su Lan explained, the genius ranking is one of the most valuable ranking lists in the sacred boundary. Only those of a certain age can enter it. There are countless sects in the 36 regions of the sacred boundary and the number of geniuses is innumerable. However, there are only 100,000 spots in the genius ranking. Those who are able to enter the genius ranking all have boundless luck and opportunities. They also have countless trump cards. If an ordinary late 9th layer combat emperor were to fight against a late 9th layer combat emperor who is on the genius ranking, even if he wasn't instantly killed, he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 rounds. Su Lan's explanation caused Lin Chen to be surprised. According to Lin Chen's knowledge, the difference between a combat emperor of the same level, especially a late-stage combat emperor, wasn't very big. Unless one had a trump card like the fake god family, which had a trace of holy chi to create a fake saint body, only then would it be possible to surpass the fake god family. Geniuses of the genius ranking could instantly kill or even defeat opponents of the same level in a few rounds. Among the 100 purple rank true disciples of the Iceheart Palace, only 3 can enter the genius ranking. Ji Qingming is one of them. Class monitor. Although I don't like Ji Qingming's style, I have to admit that his strength is very strong. It's better if you don't clash with him in the near future. Su Lan's worries weren't unfounded. Any genius on the genius ranking was extremely dangerous. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After chatting with the two sisters, Lin Chen learned more about the sacred boundary. 2 hours later, both sides finished resting and began to enter the arena. Ling Qiaolan and Ling Qiaoyu against Su Lan and Su Lan, twin sisters against twin sisters. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. In terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, the Su sisters were much better than the Ling sisters. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak. Test venue number 6, within the vast arena that was tens of thousands of meters wide. The 4 women stood side by side, and the enchantment spread out. The old woman judge waved her hand down. Trial rule: fight until either side surrenders or is unable to continue fighting. The blue rank true inheritance test ceremony officially begins now. The rules of the assessment were simple and crude, but they contained the ulterior motives of Iceheart Palace in cultivating their disciples. Even if there was a referee, there was still a chance of death. Only by experiencing these battles and overcoming these dangers would one be qualified to become a blue rank true disciple and enjoy the higher benefits of the sec. Boom. TSK. In a split second, both sides operated the 9 Heavens Proud Frost Heart Sutra. 10,000 layers of cold air overlapped, like 2 ice storms colliding with each other. A biting cold wind blew within the barrier, and the outer palace disciples outside the barrier shuddered. Without the protection of the spatial enchantment, these outer palace disciples who had yet to reach the War Emperor level would instantly be frozen into ice. From the activation of the mental cultivation method, it could be seen that both sides had control over the proud 9 heavens. It was obvious that the Su sisters were far superior to the Ling sisters. 3 fingers of extreme frost. Cold light burst out. The Ling sisters used their fingers as swords and pointed 3 times. The finger light was extremely fast, and it streaked across the void, leaving behind a faint 10-meter ice mist that rose up like a waterfall. Bai Bing Ching Shui. The Su sisters, one on the left and one on the right, slapped the void with their delicate hands, and the cold wind whistled. The wind from their palms condensed into ice, and it was like a pair of scissors that attacked. Peng! 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 The cold air exploded, and ice crystals scattered everywhere. It was like flowers falling from the sky, and a large amount of snowflakes and ice fragments drifted down from the sky. The situation was not optimistic. In just one exchange, the Su sisters were in a defensive state. The comprehension of the mental cultivation method did not completely represent one's combat strength. The Ling sisters were middle 7th layer war emperors, and the Su sisters were only early 5th layer war emperors. The difference of 2 major realms and 1 minor realm wasn't something that could be made up by merely comprehending a mental cultivation method. Even Lin Chen, who was as strong as he was in the 9 prefectures, had to break through to the 4th heavenly layer and rely on the 9 heavenly layer transformations and other trump cards to be able to challenge a 7th heavenly layer combat emperor. It was extremely difficult for a war emperor to challenge someone of a higher realm, unless there was an absolute gap between the 2 sides, but almost everyone agreed that this situation would be very difficult for the Su sisters, who were also nurtured by Iceheart Palace. 4 beautiful figures flashed and intertwined, entangling with each other. Ling Qiaolan used Iceheart Palace's purple-ranked skills one after another. The Ling sisters suppressed the Su sisters with their cultivation difference, and the Su sisters were completely at a disadvantage. Daring to offend senior brother Ji Qingming, only death awaits you. Being able to withstand our attacks with early 5th layer war emperors is enough for you to die with pride. The 2 women mocked, but the Su sisters' expressions did not change. Although they were at a disadvantage, they did not show any signs of defeat. Clang! The Ling sisters drew their swords at the same time. The sword light was unsheathed, and like a rainbow, it cut through the wind and waves, sweeping up the snowflakes in the sky. As for the other blue sword shadow, it meandered like a snake. Its trajectory was extremely soft and unpredictable. Ling Qiaolan and Ling Qiao used dual swords combined, one hard and one soft, and the Su sisters' defense was about to collapse. Are these 2 girls going to be defeated? After all, they're only at the 5th layer war emperors. Being able to do this is already very good. Ha ha ha, you guys are really old and muddle-headed. The Su sisters' battle chi is not being used, and it looks like they're still holding back. On the other hand, the Ling sisters are revealing their killing intent and want to quickly defeat their opponents with their cultivation. I'm afraid the situation will change. Just as the elders on the platform finished speaking, the sound of metal clashing rang out, echoing throughout the audience. Su Lan and Ling Qiaolan held the yin-yang bracelet in one hand and the ice-glass sword in the other as they forced the Ling Qiaolan sisters back. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. However, only one person's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. That person was Elder Mo Jingyu. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the 2 women's weapons. Apart from their grade, the yin-yang ring and the ice-glass sword shone with a dark green brilliance. It was dazzling and blurry, like stars floating in the sky. It can't be wrong. This dark green brilliance is exactly the same as the brilliance released by the battle spear that Lin Chen Kid used to defeat the Ice Prince. Before Elder Mo Jingyu could think too much, the battle in the arena started again. Su Lan's movement technique was light and fast. Like a series of blue waves, she stepped on the air and flashed around the arena, dodging Ling Qiaolan's sword techniques time and time again. The younger sister, Su Lan, spun the yin-yang ring, and the ice divine light shone in all directions. The light was so bright that it was like 4 rays of light shooting towards Ling Qiaoyu's plum-folding 3 swords, exploding into a storm. Some of the senior Inner Palace disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the azure sea green cloud step." Only true disciples have the right to cultivate this low-grade purple rank movement technique. Such fast speed, there's no pause between the turns at all. It's so easy and smooth. This is the perfect azure sea green cloud step. Chapter 792. The proficiency of the Su sisters' battle skills could be described as shocking. There's also senior sister Su Lan's yin-yang separation and reunion technique. Heavens, she's even more proficient than that blue rank true disciple from last time. The inner hall disciples weren't the only ones shocked. Even Elder Jian, who was in charge of the cultivation method pavilion, was shocked. That's not right. The yin-yang separation and reunion technique and blue sea clear cloud steps were both borrowed from the cultivation method pavilion half a month ago. It's only been half a month, but they're already using them with almost no flaws. It's as if they've been cultivating them for dozens of years. What's going on? That's impossible. Elder Jian was more than shocked. He wanted nothing more than to rush down the stage and ask for an explanation. He had been in charge of the cultivation method pavilion for many years, but he had never seen such an abnormal learning speed. No matter how much of a genius one was, they still needed time to adapt. Clang. K. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, 2 crisp cracking sounds rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that Ling Qiaolan and Su Lan's swords had both cracked. That's not right. Everyone rubbed their eyes. They weren't seeing things. Ling Qiaolan and Su Lan's swords were Blue Moon and Blue Nether, both of which were high 7th stage mid-rank. These 2 swords were their signature. But Su Lan and Su Lan's Iceglass Sword and Yin-Yang Rings were only high 7th stage low rank. There was a difference of 1 grade. Cultivation could allow one to challenge those of a higher grade, but how could one's weapons do the same? The difference between the quality and the materials used to forge them was obvious. What kind of day is this? Why are there so many ridiculous things happening one after another? Some of the inner hall disciples were starting to doubt their lives. Only a small number of disciples were looking at one of the seats in the hall. Even Elder Mo Jingyu was the same. That's right, this scene was extremely similar to the battle between Lin Chen and the Ice Prince. The elders of Iceheart Palace were all old foxes, so how could such an unreasonable thing happen all at once during this period of time? They all thought of Lin Chen at the same time. The elders all looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Zun was calmly sitting in his seat. He didn't pay attention to the battle in the field at all. Even when Ji Qingming glanced at him, he was so angry that his veins were bulging and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Mr. Lin held the mirror with one hand, stroked his chin, and admired himself in the mirror. He nodded and praised. As expected of the most handsome man in the 9 states. I'm afraid that in a few years, you'll become the most handsome man in the sacred boundary. Sigh. The men of the sacred boundary are really unfortunate to be born in the same era as me. Compared to my handsomeness, they are destined to be overshadowed. It's him. It was definitely him. Su Lan and her sister's rapid improvement in their cultivation methods, their rapid improvement in their combat skills, and even the strength of their weapons could be directly related to this young man. How could this brat be so calm? He didn't even need to watch the competition. Even a brainless person wouldn't believe that his and the 2 girls' outburst of fortuitous encounters had nothing to do with their amazing performance today. The test has ended. Winner, Su Lan, advanced to the blue rank true inheritance. After 500 rounds of fierce fighting, the old woman referee announced the result loudly, shocking everyone present. Su Lan and her sister walked off the stage with ease, their breaths long. On the other hand, the two sisters in the arena were completely carried out by their opponent. This was the result of the gap in their cultivation methods. Su Lan and her sister, who had cultivated to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, took advantage of the opponent's eagerness for quick success and dragged out the battle. In the end, they relied on their outstanding combat skills and their cultivation methods to reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer to counterattack and win. It seems that there are two more top-notch heavens favorites among the blue-level true disciples. I'm very optimistic that senior sister Su Lan and her sister will become purple rank true disciples within 10 years. Reaching the peak of the 9th heavenly layer proud frost cultivation method is something only a few purple rank true disciples can achieve. What they lack is time and the accumulation of resources. Yes, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming 4-way conference. Our Ice Heart Palace can be said to be a gathering of geniuses this time. Countless disciples marveled at the talent of the two sisters. First, there was Lung Yu Chi's 9 absolute cold veins, and then there was Su Lan and her sister. Everyone knew that Ice Heart Palace had picked up a treasure this time. However, only a few true disciples and elders knew that the two sisters were indeed heaven-defying geniuses, but they had yet to pick up a real treasure, because the real peerless genius was still sitting in the audience. That was Lin Chen. It was him who had created all the miracles the two sisters had achieved. To be able to help Su Lan and her sister break the record of Ice Heart Palace so easily, just how monstrous was this boy? At this time, Lin Chen walked off the stage, causing everyone to look at him curiously. What was he going to do? Coming to the side of Su Lan and her sister, Lin Chen shook his head and sighed, pointing at the two women. Look at what you've done, Chem. All the disciples were dumbfounded again. What was going on? Why wasn't he satisfied? I'm very disappointed. Your performance was too poor. What did I teach you before? You were supposed to win the battle within 50 rounds, but you dragged it out for more than 500 rounds. You're simply throwing away my face. Even I would feel ashamed if I told this to others. Come to my room tonight and each of you will write a 5,000-word reflection after the battle. You're not allowed to leave until you're done. Lin Chen scolded in disappointment. The two women bowed slightly and answered obediently, yes, we know our mistake. We'll do better next time. Fuck. Many disciples couldn't help but curse, and some elders were about to go crazy. Look at that, is that even something a human would say? Junior sister Su Lan defeated Ling Xiaolan with her 5th layer combat emperor cultivation, and even managed to escape unscathed. Many veteran combat emperors of the same level wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. He actually said he was disappointed. My God, he's crazy, he must be crazy. He even wants to write a 5,000-word reflection. Fuck. He won't write it on the bed, right? Devil, he must be a devil. Interesting, Lin Chen, you've successfully raised my expectations for you. I hope you won't lose too quickly. Otherwise, it won't be so satisfying to trample on you. After Ling Xiaolan and Ling Xiaolan were defeated, Ji Qingming revealed a strange smile, causing the Prince of Ice behind him to shudder. After the examination ended and Su Lan and Ling Xiaolan became blue-rank true disciples, many true disciples sent them invitations. The Kang Yu trial originated from the immemorial civilization and was extremely dangerous. Once they entered, they would have to compete with the forces of the outside world. Every time it opened, it could lead to the death of a blue-rank true disciple, or even a purple-rank true disciple in history. In such a dangerous trial, the more people there were, the better. However, Su Lan and Ling Xiaolan's answer surprised everyone. They didn't form a team with anyone but Lin Chen. This result made countless male disciples envious and jealous. What kind of bewitching potion did this guy feed these two ice mountain goddesses to make them so obsessed with him? However, on second thought, Lin Chen's disappointment during the examination was terrifying. There were still 3 days before the Kang Yu trial began, which meant that Lin Chen still had 3 days to see Lung Yueqi. At night, in Lin Chen's secret room, he had already familiarized himself with the cultivation of the plant of providence and had a preliminary understanding of how to cultivate his clear jade tree seed. There are countless grade 1 forces in the sacred boundary, which is equivalent to a mediocre force. However, grade 2 forces can be called large sects. To establish a grade 2 force, one needs a saint to oversee it, and the other is the plant of providence. Lin Chen opened his palm, and the clear jade tree seed that had just sprouted appeared. The plant of providence absorbed providence and a small amount of energy to grow. According to Lin Chen's Eye of 9 Tribulations, the reason why it could absorb 9 Tribulations battle chi was because 9 Tribulations battle chi was one of the energies of heaven and earth's tribulation. As 4 tribulations, they were also a type of karmic luck. This was why the clear jade tree seed could absorb 9 Tribulations battle chi. However, with Lin Chen's current strength, if he were to feed the clear jade tree seed with 9 Tribulations battle chi, it would take a very long time for it to mature. Lin Chen estimated that he would need to be at least a 3rd Tribulation Combat Emperor to be qualified to feed it with battle chi. Now, he had to rely on external forces. According to Lin Chen's information and knowledge, only Silver Saint Origin coins and Gold Saint Origin coins were the most suitable to cultivate the plant of Providence. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.